Morning, councillors. 1 minute. Okay. If you could please lock the door. That's it. Okay. Right, good to go. Councillors, recognised as a quorum. The time now is 10 a.m. Gold Coast time. And welcome, now before the welcome, welcome everyone. As per my Mayoralty tradition, opening the council meeting with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our Gold Coast city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be upstanding for the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Item 1, apologies from Councillor Lockhart. Item 2, leave of absent. Item 1, do we need to have a motion for apology? Okay. Anyone like to move?
Happy to
Move
move.
Councillor Tozer. Seconded Councillor Peter Young. Okay, motion's on the screen that the apology of Councillor Castro be received and accepted. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 2, I moved on the screen there, I moved that leave of absence be granted to Councillor Hamill. And seconder, Councillor William Owen Jones. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. We go to item 3, condolences. I go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a message of condolence to be sent to the family of Mr Richard John Barton, OAM, who recently passed away.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you. In 1966, a young man, Richard Barton, known to many as Rick, joined the Curragh Surf Lifesaving Club as a junior member, where he carried out club duties such as cleaning, fundraising and maintenance, as well as patrols on Curragh Beach. In 1970, Rick stepped up to take on several key positions within the club, including treasurer and presidency. In this era, saw a merging of a young man destined to become an ardent and long-time worker for lifesaving in general and the Curragh Surf Lifesaving Club in particular. During his presidency in 1984, the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships were held on Curragh Beach, heralded as one of the most successful events In 1992, Rick was elected as a life member of the Curragh Surf Life Saving Club after holding committee position for 17 years. Rick was appointed chairman of the local organisation committee when Curragh hosted the Australian Championships in 1993, which continued on Curragh Beach for a further 10 years. Working as a director of Surf Life Saving in Queensland, Rick also became a member of the Curragh Supporters Club in 2001. Rick has been honoured with the Order of Australia Medal for his work with Surf Life Saving and also received his Surf Life Saving Australia 50 years. Rick will be greatly missed, and I'd like to pass on my sincere condolences to his partner Joe and family.
Put the motion to you, Councillor. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Taylor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a message of condolence sent to the family of Mrs Barbara Hutchinson, who recently passed away.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Barbara passed away on the 15th of September 2021 after a long illness. In 1982, Barbara opened their hairdressing salon in the Broadbeach Senior Citizens, which was on the existing Gold Coast Convention site. Barbara ran the salon until retiring in December 2009, but continued on the management committee where she was secretary until she resigned in April this year due to ill health. Barbara gave 25 years of service to Broadbeach Senior Citizens Management Committee and gave the committee great pleasure in naming the current hair salon the Barbara Hutchinson Room. Barbara was such a warm and friendly person over the years due to our dealings between the senior citizens and council, and built a great relationship between Division 10 office and respective councillors. Barbara will be greatly missed, and I'd like to pass on my sincere condolences to her daughters Jane and Emma in the loss of their mother Barbara.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 3.3, I go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion of condolence to Dr Heather Tuckett on the recent passing of her husband, Bill Brewer.
Seconder, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Bill Brewer was actually a Division 14 councillor from 1988 to 1991 under the mayorship of Lex Bell. During his time in council, he donated his entire salary to various charities. He was always very community-minded, and this was seen by his activities as a life member and long-serving president of the Coolangatta Tweed Heads Golf Club, as well as spending 25 years as a secretary for the committee responsible for the establishment of the now Tweed Hospital. He was an active Rotarian for many years, as well as serving on both the Tweed Heads and Coolangatta Chambers of Commerce. Bill had been a retailer all his life. He opened the first Coles store at what was then called Jazzland in Coolangatta. He went on to open a Woolworths store in Coolangatta, among other things. Bill took over the management of the then well-known department store Morley's in Tweed Heads, which later became Myers. During Bill's retirement, he remained very active in the Tugun area, establishing multiple commercial buildings together with his wife, Heather. They actually owned the building that my office is in. He married Dr Heather Tuckett, who was the love of his life and to whom he was married to for 43 years. Bill is succeeded by his wife Heather, his 3 children Janice, Graham and Murray, 6 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. He was always a well-presented, happy, optimistic person who enjoyed every moment of his life. Together with his wife Heather, they enjoyed many travelling adventures within Australia and internationally and were regular visitors on Fraser Island, where they own a property. He added new dimensions to the lives he touched and made things more enjoyable for all who were privileged enough to say, "I knew Bill Brewer." Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Second, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Please include Councillor McDonald. 3.4, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to, for a letter of condolence and a message of sympathy, to go to the Barry family, please, on the passing of their father, Ray John Barry.
Second, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was fortunate enough to meet Ray John Barry on Remembrance Day 2020. With all of the changes with COVID, there was no Remembrance Day at the cenotaph at Burleigh, and when I went down to lay a wreath, out of respect, he was sitting there on his own on a bench seat not aware that there was to be no Remembrance Day ceremony. He was quite distressed, and I was fortunate enough to be able to sit and spend some time with him. He was a Korean War soldier and a Gold Coast resident since 1966. He was a member of the RSL Burleigh Head sub-branch. He was a well-respected local. He was a carpenter by trade, and he built the family's very first home at 36 Christine Avenue back in 1967. He's survived by his two children, Linda Langdown and Daryl Barry. They both also attended State School in Burleigh and Miami High School. He was a very unassuming man, but spoke very passionately about his time in the Korean War and the distress that he felt at the loss of his mates, and to be there on his own on the day. He left a very lasting impression. He was born on the 14th of September 1929 and passed away on the 22nd of September 2021, aged 92 years, so one of our very last soldiers there. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Now I go with 3.5. Councillor Patterson.
I'd like to send a message of condolences to the family of John Holder. John,
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Go ahead.
John succumbed to a very aggressive brain tumour last week that had no cure. And John is there's three ways I'd like to describe John: the love story, the entertainer, and the giver. Having met John and Faye is an inspiration for the institution of marriage. After 42 years of marriage, you meet John and Faye and you get a sense of what's possible. Just a beautiful, beautiful love story who went through life together to contribute to society. John was an entertainer, and I enjoyed many times down at the South Ball Bowls Club, and it was pretty evident that he'd had a very thorough, entertaining career that we got to then benefit down at the local bowls club. What people may not have known about John is that all his receipts from his gigs as an entertainer went and was donated to the Cancer Support Sisters. John nursed his wife through 3 episodes of cancer, and would often dress up as the pink bear mascot for the Cancer Support Sisters. There was nothing that John would not do for the Cancer Support Sisters. So he was a complete giver. That's who he was in life. John is survived by his 4 children, his 8 grandchildren, and his 1 great-grandson. Faye, we know you are hurting. We send you our message of condolence, and I promise to John to support the Cancer Support Sisters in any way I can to support his legacy. Thank you.
Just a second. On the screen there, can you fix that? Thank you. Okay. Right, Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. Councillors, that ends the condolences. We move now to the next item, Mayoral Minute. Councillors move the procedural motion to consider the Mayoral Minutes after item 11.4 from ETE. It deals about Destination Gold Coast. And, all right, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Vorster. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Confirmation of minutes. Any corrections, councillors, on that? Someone like to move for confirmation? Councillor Gates, seconder Councillor Corwell. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Next item, Mayor's report. It's quite a lengthy one, so I know some of you will want to read the minutes and get the whole picture of it, but I'll just really do an executive summary. Oh. All right. Councillors, you know we voted about the Gold Coast Play Money rewards, and that was the launch of it down south. Councillor Gail O'Neill was there, and it was a fun day that we're able to let people know that there's 60,000 of vouchers that were being sold, and over a fortnight people go out and dine and spend. It's injected. I'm reported that about $7 million into the Gold Coast economy. So well done. I think there's another $1 million left there that we're going to do for basically a Coolangatta business. So well done to Destination Gold Coast on implementing that. Then met the business at Coolangatta businesses. Councillor O'Neill initiated the meeting with the Greater Southern Gold Coast Chamber of Commerce to really bring me to be aware more of the enormous challenges that the border residents and businesses are experiencing. And with that, you know that I've escalated my commentary and taken it to the state government. Basically, the main thing is the lockdown is the one that's killing us. And the National Cabinet agreed on 80%, and any Premier who's trying to shift the goalposts, I think people won't wear it. There'll be more protests, and people will ignore it if you have a double vaccinated 80% throughout Australia. And I can't see, it'll be a misstep by any Premier to do that. Citizenship ceremony, there was 3, it's a bit of a backlog, 3 ceremony, all which had 400 candidates, so there's 1,200 all up. And we had Australiana songs from the Blenders Citizen Choir, Harmony in Paradise, Coastal Charisma, and I note that Councillor Bellum Lumsden enjoyed those music very much because he attended a couple of the citizenship, and it's wonderful that you're there because you can see how enthusiastic our new citizens embrace that day. And each time you come, you kind of be part of that, and it's wonderful. The next one is Mudgee Bar Agricultural Show. Congratulations to the Mudgee Bar Show Society, Management Committee, volunteer sponsors delivering the 92nd Mudgee Bar Show. I've got a list of various things that happened there, but Councillor Tozer, you want to add to the success of the show?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. They had wonderful numbers through the show, and one of the things that I thought was really profound is that that they're managing to be quite sustainable over the long term in the Mudgee Bar Showgrounds. It's been a great asset for them, and they're utilising it to their best advantage with lots of major events. So that now that we're kind of lifting our COVID restrictions on major events, it was really encouraging to see so many of our farming communities get involved in the cattle and the chicken and the pig races. Mr Mayor, I'm not sure you saw the pig races, but it was a great event enjoyed by many from the broader Gold Coast. It was excellent.
Yeah. And really, it's wonderful to celebrate our rural residents. And so the funny thing was, I got there a bit early, got a bit hungry. I thought we were going to have a little bit nibby, a bit of bite to eat, and I saw a section there of VIP people, and I thought, I must be one of those. So I went in there, sat down, nobody said anything, had a beautiful roast dinner and everything, and they tell me later, I didn't know what to say, but it was a section for the judges. But they made me feel very welcome. So anyway, yes. So, but it was good. I get to meet more people. Launch of the CBD Sundown, Southport's nighttime economy. We're trying to shake it up, and I think if you saw the television, it's quite a lively event. Councillor Patterson, how did it go on the actual day?
It was amazing. when we create these events, you're completely dependent on the community coming on board and participating, and the community just absolutely took it on, made it their own. It was a fantastic night. We're looking forward to the next one, which is going to be open air up the top of Australia Fair at the end of this month. So it'll be every last Friday of the month, but spectacular start and great for the CBD. Thank you.
Yeah, you couldn't add any more colour into that photograph. All right, vibrant is the key for that one. Next item, which was good fun to be able to go to the Gilmore Space Technology Advanced Rocket Facility and giving us plans, what they're intending to do right here on the Gold Coast and further investment. They're raising $87 million. Currently they have 86 employees on the Gold Coast. They plan to grow to 1,000 by 2025. So it's quite amazing. So if you ever get a chance to have a look at it, we punch above our weight in a lot of things, and we're right up there. And with this, congratulations to Adam and his team. Next one, official opening of the Cali Beach Club. Councillor Taylor was there, and the team Artesian Hospitality invested $10 million in the Heart of Service Paradise, 5,000 square metres footprint. The fun was had by all. I think the key there, got to go back when it's a bit at night time for real. And so I'll see you there, Councillor Taylor. City business attraction, AMEC, AMEC Plastic. And they are now eligible to receive $3 million in funding to help grow their business through the attraction program. And the investment attraction is one of the key to bring best practice business to the Gold Coast. They recycle anything to do with plastic, and it's quite amazing. So the next one is Gold Coast Chinese Community Mid-Autumn Festival. I coined it really the Moon Festival because it's full moon, and Councillor Baildon Lumsden and Councillor Taylor were there. We're a very multicultural society, the Gold Coast, and there's always fun in various sector, and our Callan's events. In this time we celebrate the Moon Festival, and the Moon Cake was had by all. Next one was the Mayor Students Ambassador Leadership Conversation. I was asked to go to the Study Gold Coast Student Hub, and basically it's wonderful to see our Students Ambassador promoting studying on the Gold Coast. There's nothing like having a student saying how good it is as a third-party endorsement, and I did enjoy basically a conversation style interview with the students. Rugby doubleheader, as you know, Seabus did that, and the Wallabies won both matches, Springbok and Argentina. It was 4 wins in a row, and it's the first time in the history of the Rugby Championship that Australia, the Wallabies, has string 4 wins together. So they're off to Tokyo now, and hopefully they get some more wins there. And then, is it 2023 is the World Cup in Paris? I'll see you there, Councillor Taylor. It'll be good fun. So next item, Tokyo 2020, Gold Coast Athlete Welcome Home. Councillor Gage, Patterson, O'Neill, Taylor, Belden, Lumsden and Owen Jones were all there. It's wonderful to show our thanks to our homegrown Olympians and Paralympians. Extraordinary year of challenges, and well done to all. And it's fantastic. And it's only 3 years to Paris, and it's one of the other proud moment of us being a councillor and the mayor to be able to share in that success. Art box graffiti, talking about Olympics, so you might have saw the front page today. As you see, I'm not getting a sex change, you know. So it's like, yeah, anyway, I'll be doing some interview out there and expect another OAA complaint because I'm not going to hold back. Art box, graffiti. So if you're talented and you can do your artwork and we can wrap it around your artwork around the electricity box, it looks a lot better. There's meant to be a horse in there. That's near the turf club, and you know, we want local artists, and if they use your artwork, it's $500. Meeting with the new DFAT state director. So just give me a brief of what's happening. We talked a lot about China, and at the local level, we'll continue our friendship with Chengdu, Zhuhai, Beihai, and the like. And I won't buy into the federal level. Meeting with Junior Council Executive Committee, and that's another fun day. We basically they had prepared questions. I did my best to give them some answers, but I gave them a task to go away and analyse and do. So I think there'll be some petitions coming in from our Junior Council Executive. There you go. And and by 2024, they're all eligible to vote. So we'll consider their petition seriously. Super yacht simulation project. What this is that at the Super Yacht Club, at our Southport Yacht Club, who's got the Super Yacht facility, we can allow up to 130 metres of super yacht. They've done simulation that can be done. The dredging is being done to give that capability. So the super yacht economy is going to jump. Right now, Gold Coast received about $36.5 million injected in 2020. It's 23 super yacht vessels that come and go. So this will accelerate it further. Mayor's Christmas prayer breakfast. Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Neil Vorster and Taylor were there, and around 100 pastors and principals of local schools and leaders were there. We had to cut the numbers down, so what we did was that we did the 100, and I think next Thursday, you have to look at your diary, we're doing it again, of course, with different pastors and that. So for those councillors who didn't attend there, you're very welcome to contact Jackie at my office and come along. For those who did attend, if you want to come again, no worries. God will want to hear from you. Launch Mayor Senior Concert, and yes, I think you and I, Donna, will be doing those. There's 3 of them, and this one, it's they were singing behind the scene. There was Phantom of the Opera, and I'm the Phantom there without the mask. Women's cricket, international T20. I went there to the first game. It was rained out, and India, I think they were well ahead. But the 2 games behind it, afterwards, the next couple of days, the Australian women played really well, and they took out the series. Official opening of the newly renovated Terry White Kmart at Australia Fair. Councillor Patterson was there. Terry and Rhonda have been operating pharmacy in Australia for 60 years, and this shop here was the first franchise shop, and it's been there for 31 years, and they've spent the money and done it up. And Terry and Rhonda are so humble, highly energetic. I did say that I'll have to ask Rhonda what vitamins she takes out of her shelf because she's so energetic, and I want to know what she's doing there. But 500 pharmacies throughout Australia from the 2 of them. It's another wonderful love story. Gold Coast Disaster Preparedness Forum. We did that. We had all the stakeholders in there. And so we're going to be ready for the storm. So the message to all of Gold Coasters is for them to start prepared as well. And the best way to prepare, get on the council website. And there's a list of all the items that you should have for preparedness. Councillors, well, what's that? There's some more, is it? Is there more? Is there another slide? Oh, okay. I'm just packing the disaster there. Any other slide there? Oh, there you go. Yay, Luigi. Was it? I'm just following Councillor Vorster trying to get in the news, you know.
Well, Mr. Mayor, as an Italian citizen, I can tell you, at least on behalf of me, I'd take no offence to that.
Okay. So, thank you. But you'll forgive me, the Italian community. I do drive an Italian car. Okay, the main thrust of this one is to support Movember, and really it's men's health, particularly in suicide prevention, prostate cancer, testicle cancer, etc. So I encouraged 1 of November, if be there and start growing your mow, and get the message out. I think share the message on Facebook and the like. You know, so you'll say yes, you did. All right, so there you go. There's no more, is it? Okay, I move that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Clarification for members. Neil? No clarification? Good. Business arising from the minutes. 8.1. On the screen, there's a motion that the matter be deferred to council meeting on 1st of November 2021 to allow further consideration and review of the officer's report.
Do I need to leave the room? No.
Oh, I just yeah, no, that's a fair point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so long as we're just dealing with it as a procedural motion to defer, there's no need for conflicts of interest.
Okay. Councillor's basically putting that, what's that one there? I've got one here to move it to the November. I'm sticking to the next council meeting to keep pushing ahead, but I invite other councils to speak which ones to go. But that's my procedural motion. Let's bring it to fruition. There's other discussion further to that. So before I ask for a seconder, I'll go to Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to second that. I think that it's been clearly in the community for a long period of time, and the community that I represent is anxious for the council to make a resolution. We clearly deferred to get some additional information from the officers that hasn't arrived for today's meeting, but I think in regards to the officers' report and recommendation, it may very well be able to arrive for the 1st of November and allow the council to make a decision, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All right, so the time's ticking. They should be able to do it. So that's the motion there. Councillors, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Presentation. Come on in. Come on in. Right, we've got, I want to steal Joe's thunder, recognition of service as employee. Take it away, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today we're recognising 10 employees that have reached the 40-year milestone with council. And wait for it, one employee that's reached 50 years. So, there we go. So what I'll do is there's 7 attendees, so I'll read out a bit of a bio, and Mr Mayor, you can make the presentation. Then there's another 4 that will be provided presentations at their respective directorate functions. So the first one is Brian Carl, known as Barney. Brian started work at the Southport Depot, working on installation of new sewer network. Then moved to the Ashmore Depot, installing sewers for new housing developments. So in the late 80s, he was transferred to the sewer maintenance section, working as a maintenance ganger in Southport. In 2001, Brian was promoted to the position of team leader, and by 2012, multi-skilling changed the role into a works officer responsible for crews looking after both water, sewage and recycled water across the Gold Coast. Brian Carl. The next one's Michael Doyle, who's EP&E. So Michael started in the Albert Shire Council in August 1980 as an administration officer assisting building inspectors. Michael then became a trainee building inspector, assistant building inspector, and finally becoming a fully qualified building inspector. Michael progressed to the role of principal building surveyor and began organising the building certification group within the Building and Technical Services branch. Michael eventually moved into the current role of Coordinator Development Compliance. So, Michael Doyle. Next is Peter Holliday from Lifestyle and Community. So Peter started his career in 1981 at Albert Shire. He worked in various roles at the time, responsible for maintaining our roads, parks and open space. And he also did community work as auxiliary firefighter until the mid-1990s. 2007, became an infrastructure inspector and currently works in the position of asset inspector for parks and open spaces. Performs hundreds of asset inspections a day and is always willing to improve city outcomes. Mr Mayor, Peter Holliday. Next is Gary Kettle from Water and Waste. So Gary joined council in 1981, became an excavator operator, moved into the water maintenance area as a backhoe operator, assisting in repairs of broken water mains, services with minor construction works. Gary progressed to being a ganger, where he claims to be, well, he doesn't claim it, his work crew claims to be one of the best and most efficient gangers, so fantastic. In 1997, Gary was promoted to technical officer. He currently oversees the successful delivery of a city's fire hydrant maintenance program. Gary's always looking to continuously improve the way we do things and plan to rectify potential issues arising in the future. Gary Kettle. Gary's just found out Gary's an apology, but anyway, well done, Gary. Next is Ian Lockhart. So Ian commenced in 1980 at Gold Coast City Council. as a clerk undertaking general administration roles. He soon developed a liking to the street lighting portfolio. Ian took particular interest in science of lighting and soon started studying part-time for tertiary qualification in the discipline. The refinement of LED lighting has provided Ian with an exciting new tool to enhance the lit environment in the years ahead. Ian Lockhart.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Stickland from Lifestyle and Community. So Peter began with Galco City Council as a health inspector in 1981, and he's been the mainstay of the city's environmental health section for 40 years and also a pillar of the Burleigh surfing community, which Councillor Young would well know. Peter is passionate about his work and has spent countless hours protecting the health and environment of the city, whether it's inspecting local restaurants to ensure they're clean and safe for selling food, inspecting illegal pollutant discharge, etc. Materials Peter has developed were regularly adopted by other local governments throughout Queensland. He's also influenced strategic direction of the state government taking on environmental health issues. Peter Stickland. The last of the 40-year group is Mark Wibberley from Transport and Infrastructure. So Mark commenced as a 16-year-old with Galco City Council and was placed in special projects based at Miami Depot, installing new water mains throughout the Gold Coast, including Coomera before it was developed. Mark then moved on to work around the Hinds Dam, repairing water mains. He was then transferred to the Water Board as the Water Services Offsider, installing fire maintenance hydrants. Fortunately, Mark was involved in a work incident 17 years ago and then moved on to the light duties at Avondale site for the last 15 years. He did some time at Broadwell Parklands before transitioning back to the new Hotter site where he's currently working. Mark Wibberley. Now, I'll just mention the other 40-year service employees. So we've got Trevor Davis, who's the Senior Technical Officer, Assets and Operations from T&I. We've got Charles Waters, a maintenance worker with Transport and Infrastructure. Evelyn Zaharias, who's the Project Support Officer with Safety Camera Network in Lifestyle Community. So they'll be presented their awards as part of the Directorate events. But I guess you'd call it the big one, Mr Mayor, is the 50-year presentation. Gary Willman. So Gary started in March 1971 on a curb and channel crew, the old Beanley Depot for Albert Shire, before started driving an 8-tonne tipper truck. In August 74, moved to driving semi-trailers, carting sewage from Crumman Creek back to Beanley. So Gary would work in the workshop from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m, then get in the semi-tanker and cart sewage until 8 o'clock at night. Did that until 1978. In 1976, he started carting rubbish out of one of the very first transfer stations operation on Kingston Road. Gary did this every Saturday and Sunday, so this is 7 days a week, mind you. He was then told he was working too many hours and did that every second weekend for the next 30 years. So I think fatigue management, Mr Mayor, back then wasn't a major issue like it is today. So, Gary Willman, 50 years of service.
Yeah. Anything else I could do, mate?
No.
Okay. Next item, conflict of interest declaration.
Just move that motion.
Oh, okay. I move that they, let me move it first before I, thank you. That council formally express its appreciation to the employee receiving recognition of service awards, 40 and 50 years service for their incredible dedication and service to the city. Second, Councillor Gates. Anyone to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Motion, and against? Motion carried, unanimous. Now we go to conflict of interest declaration. Do we have any? Not this section? Okay, no conflict. But wait, there's more later on. Reception, consideration of minutes. We go to Transport Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 5th of October 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Okay. Councillors, any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 6.6 for a changed recommendation.
6.6. Go straight to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Is that a conflict of interest?
Yep.
We'll just wait. We'll do a declaration first.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, at committee, I highlighted to my colleagues that my wife and I, my wife being a related person, but also a donor to my election campaign from a joint account, her and I have purchased an investment property, a small unit in Palm Beach. I highlighted that again to my colleagues at committee, and no attending councillors took the step of moving a procedural motion because on the back of the advice from the City Solicitor, that did not give rise to a declarable conflict of interest, given that the report deals with a significant number of people and properties in our local government area. I'm personally satisfied that's the case, but of course not all councillors were present at that meeting, and I thought I would share that information yet again in case any councillor wished to ask any questions or move something from the floor.
Okay. Any questions? Any move? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, my apologies. And it should be up there on the screen. So, Mr Mayor, during the Transport Committee meeting last Tuesday, we noted a report from the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 4 update and the Palm Beach Local Area Transport Study, and during quite lengthy discussion following the report, we especially from Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Daphne McDonald from Divisions 13 and 14, noting that they had some concerns from residents that had been reported to our officers, and they were encouraged by Councillor Gates to ensure that those concerns were on the record. So I put forward a changed recommendation here. Both those councillors met.
Councillors, the change, the recommendation there, the motion that's on the screen, it's been circulated, right? I got one, so you all have got one. Do I have a seconder on the motion? Councillor O'Neill, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. And both councillors were encouraged to meet with transport officers on Monday morning at 8 a.m, where they had the opportunity to put their concerns forward so that they could be on record as representing their community and representing the community, the needs or the concerns that their communities have raised with them, and to ensure that the councillors' concerns were passed on to the appropriate officers.
Councillor Worcester.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I just had a question of the mover of this motion concerning Part 2CIV. And I just wonder whether, with your permission, I could put those questions to the councillor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Young, I'm sure we're all aware of the intense media interest regarding the Burleigh headland and the claims that some Indigenous leaders have made around protecting culturally significant sites as the light rail project unfolds. My understanding is that some of those leaders may wish to see the project discontinued altogether, whereas some others may wish for some accommodations to be made around their culturally significant sites. During the course of the committee meeting, I did ask the director, who was present, whether the process around Indigenous cultural issues and native title was an issue for us as a council, or most appropriately handled by the state government as the lead agency. And the advice to us at committee was that this is best left to the state government to manage. Issues of native title, for example, from what I understand, can be rather legalistic, right? And can involve a years-long examination before we actually get to a particular outcome. The preamble is to inform this question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Young. Is it quite necessary for us to insert Part 2CIV as a local government? Is that necessary at this juncture, or aren't we best to heed the advice of the director and allow the state government to make that assessment and not interfere in the state government's assessment or plans? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And in response to Councillor Vorster's point there, these suggestions were put forward by both Councillor O'Neill and Councillor McDonald, and went back through the director to ensure that he was comfortable with those being put forward. But I'm more than happy if there is some change on the floor for that to be changed.
Okay. Well, it can be an amended motion to have that amended. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. If I could just explain the background a little more clearly. At committee and in considering the report, the only recommendation was to note the report. There was quite lengthy discussion, as has already been mentioned, and Councillors McDonald and O'Neill expressed a number of concerns, and it was my point that those concerns should be identified in the recommendation so that they are noted and carried forward. It was not my suggestion that Council seeks the refinement at this point in time, it was only my suggestion that the concerns that the councillors involved met with the officers and put forward their concerns so that they could be documented for future discussions. So the wording of this is a lot stronger than I had personally anticipated when I suggested that their concerns be documented. I would have preferred to see something that said that the following concerns be raised in future considerations in relation to light rail stage 4. It was simply to make sure that in this early stage, the concerns of the relevant councillors were tabled and given appropriate consideration, respecting the fact that it's not our project, that it's being funded primarily by the state and the federal government. But it was simply a suggestion to put those ideas on record so that they could be prosecuted.
So to reflect on that, would you want to move an amended motion?
I'm happy to move an amendment, Mr Mayor, that says that Council provide further advocacy to the Department of Transport and Main Roads as part of the engagement process as follows. And then we could just delete in A, be refined seeking, that, and we could say that consideration be given to the following matters, and then list them. And I agree with Councillor Vorster that the Indigenous heritage sites are not Council's domain and should not form part of this resolution. I would be deleting C, point 4. And it just needs to be reworded slightly. Can I just have a thorough read of it, Mr Mayor, before we put it to...
That's fine. Okay. So...
No, I'm just sorry. I only just got the notification.
Okay, you can highlight that while you're thinking that through. Matthew, can you...
Thank you.
I've asked Acting Director just to refine it to help it along. I think to raise the concern is fair, but to refine and ensure, I think that's outside our brief.
Can I...
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I think we'll take a 10-minute break. Sounds good, everyone? We do that? So we'll come back at 11:10. Okay, streaming on. Councillor Gates?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. In speaking to this amendment...
Just before you do, I'll call seconder. Councillor Owen-Jones. There you go.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In speaking to it, at committee, as I mentioned earlier, it was the recommendation was just to note the report. The divisional councillors from 13 and 14 had significant questions for the officers, and it was simply my suggestion that they meet with the officers to document their concerns so that the officers could take them forward in any future advocacy regarding stage 4. Now, I and many of us don't have the knowledge of the area that the divisional councillors do, and we all respect that. But at this point, I don't agree that council is seeking the refinements as the wording of the initial document suggested. We're seeking that their concerns be considered, and on the receipt of more information, logically, council would make a decision if the opportunity arose about whether we actually endorse the positions that have been suggested by Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill. But at this stage, we don't have sufficient information about the things that have been raised to actually say or confirm that the highway corridor be refined. And that was the wording of the motion that Councillor Young has moved this morning. So my revised motion still lists all of the matters that have been raised, except for the one that is specifically in the domain of the state, which relates to the protection of Indigenous heritage sites along the corridor. Everything else still remains here, but in a manner which our officers can take forward to discuss with the people who are steering the project.
Yeah, I'd just add to that, councillors, that it's good to note it, but it's state government. It's not our remit. It's a state government project. We can put a concern out there and they can take on our concerns, but whether they refinement, it's really up to them to refine. And for us to, two things, one, to try to push the refinement in there, it might just work in reverse on advocacy, because they feel like it's there, they've got carriage of this, and I think softly you get more out of it at the state level, you know, instead of smashing it down. So I'll go back to Councillor Pauline Young to close. Oh, you want to speak against Councillor O'Neill?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I thank Councillor Gates for what she did at committee, because I think that we needed to do more than just note the report. I'm actually happy with the recommended wording and council officers actually provided some of that wording for us, and we met and we went over some of the issues. What DTMR have put out now is concept plans only, and they went out to consultation, and I went to a lot of those consultation sessions. I got sent a lot of submissions from community groups and residents within Division 14 outlaying what they saw was the wrong way to go, virtually. I think now's the time to actually put this forward as a refinement. I really do. And certainly the officers do as well, because that was their word, refine. So they must believe that with the concept plans being out there now, we've got an opportunity to fine-tune or refine the actual route, not the alignment of the route. I'm okay. As far as the Indigenous sites go, that can either be in or out. It is up to the state government, but we're just talking about heritage sites rather than, native titles claims. But honestly, I really believe this is our really good chance to let DTMR know that the concerns of both Division 13 and 14 residents and the divisional councillors, these are some of the main issues. There's a lot of detail that has to come on top of these concept plans, and I know that our officers will work with DTMR to refine those as well. But I think with the overall alignment, we've got to run with this wording. I don't think it's too strong at all, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, for the motion, I'll go to Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think that it was important that we actually got the bullet points down, and I appreciate that that's come from the two divisional councillors most impacted. The one that I am particularly interested in is that the location of the light rail corridor to Tugun, and whether or not it should be on the eastern side, the median, or the western side. I think fundamentally what the state has to do is explain to the residents that their rationale behind their proposed location on the eastern side, which I think from when I attended one of the sessions down at Tugun, I think that the underlying rationale behind that was about safety. So the idea of potentially pushing it to the median because of a perception that might be taking it further away from residential catchment may be in conflict with the idea of safety. So I think it's up to TMR to advocate that. And likewise, potentially one of the reasons why they want it near the east is that's closer to the walkable neighbourhood that already exists in that area. So to me, it definitely needs to be listed as an item of concern and for refinement, but I think that we need to be mindful of all of the facts as to why it's proposed. And for mine, what was more important was that TMR don't lose sight of the need to connect the light rail from the airport to Coolangatta, which I think was the legacy of the last time that we put down some bullet points in regards to wanting to put some words on the paper for TMR to take away and do their homework, because I think it's critical that they, whilst they are doing a study in regards to connecting the Coolangatta township to the airport, they shouldn't just allow it to be value engineered out of the scheme. And that was the advice that the director gave us, was that it was actually front and centre, and I think that showed the benefit of putting bullet points down and allowing TMR to know, what some of the concerns from the local community were.
Okay. Being against, Councillor McDonald.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll be speaking against the changed recommendation. These are issues, it's early days yet, and these are issues that have been raised with us by the community. And as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, there are community concerns. Councillor O'Neill and myself as divisional councillors are raising these issues. And I can recall one of the meetings that we had with DTMR. They told us that, I suppose you've read the government's decision in the paper, that's how we're to get our information. So we're going to be on the front foot and raise the issues that have been raised with us by the community and give those issues to the state. And if they can't proceed with any of those issues that have been raised, well, perhaps it's the opportunity to come back, speak to the officers and come back and say, why not? I do feel that to have all those issues noted is very important to the community down there. And as you know, there have been a lot of issues that have been raised. So that's why I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As councillors O'Neill and McDonald have said, the community has an intense interest in the way that this project makes its way down to the southernmost reaches of our city. And why shouldn't they? Because the light rail will have an impact on the character and feel of their neighbourhoods. And I think we all have an interest in making sure that the light rail is as sympathetic as possible to the aspirations each community down its line might have for their own neighbourhood. What I didn't want to do today is to leave those communities with the impression that this may be the first time that council is prosecuting the case on their behalf. And Mr. Mayor, you may recall a few rounds ago, through a T&I item, we did some heavy lifting in terms of finessing our own submission to the state government as part of this process, which called for things like the visual amenity and footprint of the stations to be changed to ensure that there are good safety measures and crime prevention measures incorporated in the design to ensure that we are maximising the on-street car parking available on side streets. We've done all that work. I firmly believe that when and if this is carried today, what we need to present to the community is the state government's response to our original submission, so that the community can see what we went in with and what the state's justification was to either support the views of the community or to disregard them. What I don't want to leave the community with is the suggestion that we're only going halfway to addressing their concerns, because we've actually done this once before in their entirety. They shouldn't feel as though they're missing out if the original recommendation does not get up, because we've actually already done this. Obviously noting that the Tugan alignment issue wasn't addressed initially, but by and large we've already done this. So Mr. Mayor, through you, perhaps to the Acting Director, if the state government provides a response to our submission, perhaps that's something that can be provided to the Mayor or the subject of a report. I certainly can't provide you a direction, but I think that it'd be useful for the community to understand that we've actually been on their side right from the get-go. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. CEO, I'll take that as direction. Okay, speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson. Question?
clarity on it. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the two local councillors, I just wanted to ask, with the new C3, are you aligned with that change? And while you're looking at that, I just also
I
like
think
to
they spoke against it, didn't they?
Yes, but it's a slight change, and I wanted to know whether they were okay with that particular wording.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. And just to follow up as to Councillor Vorster's point, we really made the push to the state government in our last proposal that we really need to look at the business suitability, business-friendly matters of these stations, learn from issues in Southport. Our officers took that to the state government and they've basically said, no, they're fine already. And we're grateful that the officers are going to keep pushing that point with the state government.
Okay. Councillor Pauline Young, you can close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just in closing, it was during the committee meeting, both councillors were very, very passionate, understandably so, about these issues that are actually being brought forward today. And I think for the original recommendation that they felt that it contained a stronger message to the state government, but in going through the changed recommendation there that Councillor Gates has put forward, it addresses the issues that both councillors have made, and whilst they may not feel it's as strong, I think it's still delivering those messages. And on Councillor Vorster's, in support of what he's saying, for the officers to bring back a report to us once we've heard something back from the state government, but also to be along the lines that it's something that both Councillor O'Neill and Councillor McDonald can share with their community, so that their community is very, very aware of the fact that the city takes their concerns very seriously, and that we are actually, they are both lobbying to support their communities.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor, the debate's closed. I'll put them in. That's a motion. Councillors, we're voting on the amendment, moved by Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Owen Jones. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young.
Did you get Councillor Patterson?
I think so.
Okay, sounds good. Against?
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, motion carry. The amendment becomes the motion. Councillor Gates, would you like to speak further?
Simply to say, Mr Mayor, that none of the issues raised by Councillors O'Neill or McDonald have been admitted from this resolution. All of the points that they raised, other than the heritage situation, has been covered off. I think Councillor O'Neill expressed she didn't mind about that one being omitted, so I think we have to put our trust in the officers to push hard for the changes that the councillors who have a specific knowledge of the area have raised, and also in light of the fact that we have already fought hard in our submission for the things that they have brought to the table for us to give further consideration to. But we by no means should be taking absolute control to the point of seeking the refinement, in my view, of any of the recommendations that have been put forward on the basis of what we have before us at this point in time.
Okay, speaking against the motion, Councillor McDonald.
Again, I won't be supporting this resolution. With the removal of the concerns in regards to the Burleigh Ridge and Burleigh Headland, it's not about native title. It's about protecting an area.
Protection of key environmental considerations, including a fauna bridge connecting Burleigh Ridge and Burleigh Headland. It's still there.
Yeah, you're correct. Councillor McDonald.
It's about the protection of the Indigenous heritage sites along the corridor.
Well, that was different to what you just said. So if you stick to the Indigenous one,
Okay.
that's fair enough.
All right. Well, with that, with the protection of the area, those issues have been raised by not only our Indigenous section of the community, but all of the community. It's very, very important, especially with Tallabudgera Creek. As we know, a lot of the photos that are taken of this city are at Tallabudgera Creek. Now, this area is very important to not only the local community down there, but also the community of the Gold Coast. And I won't be supporting this resolution with the removal of that. As I mentioned before, this is flagging issues that are important to the community, and I feel that this section should have been kept in the resolution.
Speaking for the motion, I'll come to you to close, but for the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I think you may know my views already on this motion, but in speaking for it, I just wanted to be at pains to make it clear that no city councillor, maybe I'm on shaky territory speaking on behalf of us all, but no city councillor wants to see our natural and cultural assets degraded in any way. And I think particularly during the Commonwealth Games, we all developed a deeper appreciation for language and the connection that the Kumbamberi people of the Yugambeh language group have to what we now call the Gold Coast. We all appreciate it, we all value it. But what we don't want to do is to entangle issues around cultural assets and cultural appreciation with a transport infrastructure project if they do not need to be entangled by local government. The advice we've been provided is that this is an interaction that is best managed by the state government, and removing reference to Indigenous claims from the resolution, what it actually does is it allows council to step out of the process so that those with two opposing views can prosecute their case without wasting time and resources and without the distraction of us weighing in. And again, that's for the state government to manage. And just to clarify a point, the Gold Coast Bulletin did run an article very recently concerning the headland, known as Gerrigal, and the headline, at least in the online version, reads, "Burleigh Native Title Claim Threatens Gold Coast Light Rail to Airport." So I suppose in us removing ourselves from this process, any claim can be made without our interference and can be resolved as quickly as possible so the coast has certainty. I want to offer that to the whole community, and that's why I support this form of words and not what was originally proposed.
Councillor Gates to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I had removed that purely on the basis of Councillor Vorster's contribution today, and I'll leave it at that, Mr Mayor. I don't have any personal problem with it, whether it's in or whether it's out. I think that the fact is that if we had have simply noted the report, which was the recommendation to the committee, we wouldn't have any of this documented for the officers to take forward. As a result of my suggesting this course of action, we now have reinforced what was in our submission, and I'll leave it at that.
Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Val Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
Carry supermajority. All right. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry unanimous. Thank you, Acting Director. We now go to Lifestyle and Community. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I can't help but feel that we were speaking about lifestyle and community just then. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that the report of the Lifestyle and Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 5th of October 2021, covered by recommendations 1 through 5 be received. Thank you.
All right. Seconder, Councillor Bowden Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young. Which item?
6.3, City of Gold Coast Flying Fox Statement of Management Intent.
Okay, 6.3, we're going to question.
Thank you. Through you to the Director, just wondering what kind of engagement might have been undertaken with the community in regards to preparation of this report, or as a background, please.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So there's extensive communication with our environmental groups on flying foxes all the time, but nothing specific in relation to this committee paper, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Foster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, if I could add, this body of work followed a council supporting a general business item through the Lifestyle and Community Committee, and it had a very narrow scope, which asked city officers to deal with the public health unit, for example, and residents and representatives from affected catchments. So city officers, I don't want to say that they were fettered, but they were certainly given clear direction around who they should be dealing with in preparation of this tactical update. And I might just flag, Mr Mayor, that this statement of management intent allows city officers under delegation effectively to come up with localised management plans on a yearly cycle. So if there are issues that crop up in our neighbourhoods, there's every opportunity for consultation on roost-specific matters. Mr Mayor.
Okay. Any other items separately? Councillor Foster?
Well, seeing as we've had, I don't want to say some debate, but I'm happy to move 6.3.
No, I meant the lot.
I'm happy to move the lot.
Okay,
thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Bowden Lumsden. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Water, Waste and Energy, thank you, Director. Water, Waste and Energy Committee, I think we go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Wednesday, 6th of October 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, any item you wish to deal separately? Councillor Foster?
Item 7.2, if I could, just to move a slight change recommendation, Mr Mayor.
We're going to 7.2, councillors. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a new 3. So it's an addendum to the committee recommendation. So 1 and 2 will remain the same.
A new 3 coming in.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The new 3 simply reads that city officers develop a brand, B-R-A-N-D, for the program in consultation with internal and external stakeholders to avoid confusion. And happy to move that and talk to that briefly, Mr Mayor.
Okay, seconder, Councillor O'Neill. You speak on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as you may be aware, the City has benefited from the work of the Sustainable Schools Network, which has provided, I think, great leadership in the space, encouraging school campuses to act more sustainably. That organisation, unfortunately, is reconsidering its operating model and may have a different future than the one it began with. Nonetheless, it's presently operating a social media presence as the Sustainable School Network. So they may have plans for a future relying on the equity that they have in that brand already. The point of part 3 is to simply clarify that the Sustainable Schools program is an internal name for the good work that city officers hope to carry out in partnership with Eco Marines, and that it's probably prudent to develop a brand around that program that doesn't detract from the goodwill that's already been created in this market by others, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Tozer.
I think Councillor Forster's been very prudent, Mr Mayor, in this, and if you wouldn't mind me speaking to it, I'm somewhat familiar with the Sustainable Schools Network program because some of the co-founders of that are Somerset College families, and I received some advice not that long ago confirming what Councillor Forster has disclosed in that some of that network governance is changing. They're not sure exactly the programs that they will deliver. The conference that has been held engaging with schools won't occur at this stage into the future, and it's entirely appropriate for us to make sure we partner without necessarily using such a similar phrase. But I would recommend officers get in touch with the team who were involved in that program and make sure that whoever they're working with at Eco Marines is familiar with some of that good body of work. One of the most profound outcomes was that the water and waste team from council were able to attend that network event and connect with a number of school leaders that enabled us to lower water wastage across broadly across our city in multiple Education Queensland and private school locations. So there's already been some really good outcomes achieved, and it'd be great to leverage some of those for the program we intend to embark upon.
Okay, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Forster, you closed?
So close, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Forster? Oh, no.
You can't do it all, Mr Mayor.
Sorry.
Mr Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee be adopted.
All right. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Is that against? No. Motion carried. Okay. All right. We now go to Economic, Tourism and Events. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on Wednesday the 6th of October, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Belden, Lumsden. Right. Councillors, any items you want to deal separately?
Mr Mayor, do you want to take the vote on that?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to.
Sorry, I'm not presuming to take the chair, but...
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies, I don't have the number in front of me right now, but 6.2 regarding I've got a conflict of interest and would leave the room.
Okay.
Thank you.
And any other...
6.2? Yeah.
Any other declaration on 6.2? Okay. No, nobody else? Declaration? Right, so we stick to 6.2. Councillor Gates?
I was just prepared to move it, Mr
Okay.
Mayor. If
Yep, we'll
that's
do
what you
that.
would like.
The recommendations on the screen, right? That is the recommendations on the screen. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. You want to speak further?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, because I think it's worth noting that the Gold Coast Academy of Sport does a great job for grassroots development of sport in our city. And at this point in time, in advance of preparing for Brisbane 2032 that we will co-host here on the Gold Coast, using your words, Mr Mayor. It's a great time to support grassroots sports so that our young people can develop in time for those games. So really pleased. This is a slight reduction in the funding that we've previously given, but with the thought that the Gold Coast Academy of Sport can also seek some commercial sponsorships to supplement this funding, which we're really pleased and proud to continue with.
Thank you. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you ask Councillor Patterson to return? How do you get this thing? All of a sudden it changed.
To come back. Just the auto text being used in the minute taking for this committee has a spelling error. The word confidentiality is spelt incorrectly in all of the times where that auto text is used. It's
All right.
very minor, but I've just noticed it now.
Could you please rectify that? Yeah.
I learnt from the best, Councillor Young. No. Water and Waste was the last committee, Councillor Jones.
Agenda, maybe? All right. No, whatever. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Joe. Okay. Any other items separately, councillors? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee be adopted.
Seconder. Councillor Pauline Young, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. All right. So, $11.4. Okay. Well, councillors, we did a procedural motion, and we'll deal with the Mayoral Minute now. Basically, 4.1 is the appointment of Destination Gold Coast Board. It's only appropriate that we did this appointment after 7.3 Destination Gold Coast funding agreement. So, has everyone got the Mayoral Minute, or is it on the screen? What's that? No, didn't we deal with all that?
No, that's the first Mayoral Minute.
Oh, the first Mayoral Minute? Okay. Oh, okay, just different format, right? 4.2, okay. All right. I had an email back from Councillor Toes saying there's a great appointment. You want to add to that? About Alfred Slogove?
No, I mean, my views to you were that I thought it was entirely appropriate for us to have someone involved in the education sector, a leader in the education sector, talking about our destination Gold Coast, our tourism marketplace. So,
thank you.
Okay.
And the second appointment there, we'll wait for I think Nick Scott's still got another 12 months to go. So we'll have discussion on the next appointment at a later date. So, councillors, that's on the screen there. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. 4.2. There's Beach Club trial. Let's have a look what's on the screen. Okay, it's different again. Recommendation. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From my understanding, I don't think that's the form of words that you may have wished to move. Maybe we can check with the Secretary.
Did you?
I did. Yep, it's coming up now. So I might sit down for 30 seconds. Is that best?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Is there any other amendment you and I worked on?
Yes, Mr Mayor, a 6A, which I think may shortly be posted.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I moved the Mayoral Minute, and I've worked closely with Councillor Vorster during the break to add those two things in. So I'll ask Councillor Vorster to speak on this motion on my behalf, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much for giving Council the opportunity to resolve its position on a trial for tasteful and appropriate and expected activation on our foreshore. Mr Mayor, you may recall that only a few rounds ago, Council, in responding to an unsolicited commercial proposal, resolved to support skydiving at the Spit. That discussion, I think, really gave me some comfort that with the correct regulatory mindset, we can facilitate a good trial that minimises risk and furnishes us with more information that we may need to potentially leave well enough alone or embark on a change of policy. Now, as we emerge from the terrible, terrible time that COVID has brought to the tourism sector, it's really important that we look at every possible opportunity to support operators and create some excitement again in the Gold Coast product. And the progression of this trial in this period, hopefully when the nation opens, will give us, in my view, an opportunity to see not only what the level of local support is for a beach club, but importantly, whether visitors to the city relish the opportunity to have a sneaky bevy or do some Tai Chi in a picturesque setting, very much on the sand itself. Now, Mr Mayor, it's not lost on me that perhaps some of our colleagues may not be persuaded to support this. Again, I don't know what each of us are thinking as we gathered around this table. But I did want to reflect on the very sizable investment that we made as a council in the lead up to the Commonwealth Games to establish the Kurrawa Terrace at Pradden Park. Now, I'm not sure whether the quantum of that spend is a matter of public knowledge or not, so I'm not going to say how much it was. But needless to say, the ratepayer made an investment in that space. And in my view, the ratepayer expects and deserves to see that investment leveraged to create economic, social and environmental outcomes. With that in mind, I don't think it should be unexpected to anyone in the community or anyone in the chamber here that we would seek to activate that asset we've spent money on. It's, in fact, in my view, sat vacant for far too long. Supporting this trial, Mr Mayor, not only will give us an opportunity to create some marketing buzz around the Gold Coast, not only will it give us an opportunity to provide some extra amenity at this spot, similar amenity that's already been enjoyed in Burleigh and in Broadbeach itself during event days, but it will also give us the ability to fulfil a promise made by both the city and Destination Gold Coast. And the reason why I say that is this, Mr Mayor. On the Destination Gold Coast website, or this could be Major Events Gold Coast now, there's a section that reads this: located on the beachfront of Kurrawa Park lies Kurrawa Terrace, an open, level and hard stand area with easy access onto the sand of Kurrawa Beach. What's more, the space comes with access to power, water and programmable LED feature lighting. This additional space offers the ability to elevate any event with an exclusive and boutique-like experience for those wanting to expand their event directly onto the beach. So we've spent a lot of money producing an asset to attract events in order to activate the beach. And we've crowed about it. It's featured on our marketing collateral. But there has been nothing that's brought that to fruition. And your motion brings that to fruition. I just want to add that even on Council's own website, Mr Mayor, it says here, the unique location, this is of the Kurrawa Terrace, enables boutique functions and events to expand directly onto the beach, providing a quintessential toes in the sand experience. So, Mr Mayor, I just want to make the point that if there are any colleagues who are a little bit hesitant around the city taking the step of supporting a tourism product and an event or a commercial business in a park and potentially onto the beach, if anyone's hesitant, we should actually reflect on the fact that we've made an investment to support precisely that kind of activation. And what we're merely doing today is to resolve, to create the mechanism and the opportunity for that to unfold, Mr Mayor. It shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. Working together, I think it's worth noting that the community can take comfort that although there would potentially be a commercial operator in the space having a go, producing some economic, social benefits, we are protecting the ratepayer interest because in Part 5 we explicitly say that any waiver of fees associated with the beach club will exclude any bond, in-kind or make-good costs. At the end of this trial, the park will be left as it was found and the ratepayer and community interest will be served. Mr Mayor, Part 6A adds as well that the preferred applicant be required to lodge a satisfactory safety management plan as a condition of approval. And this is so important, Mr Mayor, because other operators in that safe night precinct, they have to adhere to standards that protect amenity and safety. And if there is to be a similar style of activation on the beach, this proponent has to meet the same standards. And therefore, we'll have a even playing field between operators within that precinct at large. It also ensures that everybody will get to enjoy the experience of Kurrawa Park and Broadbeach generally without any detractions from what they might expect. And I've spoken at length, but I know that this is a unique thing. It's the first time we've moved in this space, and it's important that the community and councils reflect on the fact that we built this asset for this purpose and we're merely bringing it to a head rather than allowing an expensive asset to sit unused on the foreshore.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, councillors. The mentioned asset was built for Gold Coast Festival 2018, which is the week before the Commonwealth Game itself, and then the Commonwealth Games, and then the week after the Commonwealth Games. So it was utilised during the Commonwealth Games, and it's so as far as infrastructure is concerned, it is there to be utilised, and it's a legacy feature. I'll just go and see if there's against the motion, then Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, I don't want to vote against it, but I am interested in hearing the local divisional councillors' views because I know that in 6 it talks of the acting chief executive officer being delegated the authority, and I don't know whether or not there would be an advantage if he was to do that in consultation with the divisional councillor and yourself. I'm happy to speak for the motion, but I'm actually really interested in Councillor Taylor's views.
So, Mr Acting CEO, would you work with us and the Division 10 councillor?
Consultations for me, yes.
Yes. All right. So speaking against first before I come to, because I'm assuming are you for? Yep. So against, Councillor Peter Young?
Mr Mayor.
Question.
Because I'm not familiar with this concept, to be honest, and I don't know what a beach club might entail. So that's my first question. If you could help me, please. Is it?
Through you, Mr Mayor. If I may, we've highlighted in the actual Mayoral Minute where we said some of the activities which be actually held there, which is a licensed bar and kitchen, on-site drink and food service. We've got here live music and entertainment, subject to reasonable closing hours and public amenity. We've got free ticketed community events and experiences that may want to provide there, like yoga or Pilates or something along those lines prior to those times. Family-friendly activities, and that may be sort of, face painting, those sort of things that go along with those sort of activities. Low-impact exercise wellbeing, which we just discussed. Public art and other cultural experiences may fit in. They may have some of those cultural aspects, so we're sort of broadening it so we can capture a line of different activities that those want to have the event. Beach equipment such as cabanas, sun lounges, day beds and beach umbrellas, which you'd normally expect on those sort of functions or outdoor areas that we're looking at.
Okay, let me perhaps broaden it a little bit. During one of the bleached that we used to have, we had beach at Burleigh, basically we had beach activity and beach bar sort of activity. And as people goes by, and Councillor Pauline Young and I attended there quite often to make sure everything's all right. And so many people walking by would want to walk in and ask why couldn't it be permanent. And it's that sort of activities that I was envisaging. It's just that on a scale where it's more better infrastructure than setting it up and pulling it down. And in here, the facility trial period's from 1 December to the 31st of January. So basically it's 60 days of the trial. So it's longer than the week we had at Burleigh. And really that's the essence of the trial period. And if it works, well, we can look at it further. If it doesn't work, we trialled it, and whether people don't like it, we kill it off. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does. I apologise. There was a memo sent to us yesterday, and I haven't studied that.
That's all right.
I was aware of the motion coming forward. And so my second question is, what are the extents? I know there was some kind of map provided, but on the hard copy I've just seen,
how many
it's
metres?
very unclear. Thank you.
Well, on the platform itself, it's whatever the concrete platform that was built, and then on the beach, I think, how many metres is the beach there, Darren?
Thanks. Thanks.
Right? You can't get it up we're trying to get it up on the screen, but it's too high tech.
Last question, if I might, Mr. Mayor. I've seen the map and I appreciate that. I can see it's the extent of the pavilion and the beach just directly in front of it for a distance of about, I presume, about 20 metres?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the recommendation or the motion includes an item there that this evaluation be undertaken by the Transport Directorate, and I just wondered why that might be the best fit, given we're talking about open space, recreational reserves and things like that.
Because you've got major projects and capabilities, and this would end up being carefully planned that they cover all. If you can do major projects, you can do something like this to the nth degree.
Thank you.
Am I pumping you up too much?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're doing is building the front end process to get an applicant to go through a normal event application process. So what Transport Infrastructure will do is put a panel together of city officers, but we'll also have specialist advisors like city events, environmental health officers, etc., that will also help us in that front end process, but then they will be directed towards a normal event application process.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, a question? Let's hear from Area Councillor first, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and look, I'm very supportive of this trial. As Councillor Vorster mentioned before, it is a trial. It's going to give the opportunity for not only visitors when they come to the Gold Coast, but actual locals come and enjoy the experience of looking at our great beaches and our oceans. We already see that the Burleigh Pavilion, even the new Cali, it's a type of a venue that people are looking for at the moment. So I think the trial is going to be a great way to actually see what people want and what they can actually get with a beach clubhouse. Obviously, we'll be following any requirements. If there's liquor licensing, they manage the noise volume, and we'll make sure the environmental issues are covered. But it's just a really big opportunity in my view. I think we've got such a long, expansive ocean front that we can take advantage of. As I said, Burleigh Pavilion is a perfect example that people are flocking to the area just to be able to sit outside and enjoy the beaches and the ocean front. And I think a 12-month trial will be a really great way of trialling it out. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking 2 months. Speaking against the motion? For them, I'll go to Councillor Caldwell first.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I appreciate that there's not been a lot of dissent on this, so I'll be as brief as I can. But I just wanted to reflect on the fact that we are hopefully going to tread bravely where no council has previously gone on this particular issue. And forefront in my mind is that we make sure that we are evolving as a world-class tourism destination. And I believe this trial is a step forward in making sure that we are continuing to refresh and improve our tourism offering for the drive market in the short term, the interstate, and eventually the overseas market when it's available. When we recently considered another tourism-based business, I said that we want to be famous for fun, not boring and dull, and it is absolutely critical that we take these bold steps to make sure that we are providing a mixture of really high-quality tourism opportunities here on the Gold Coast. And so I think the 2-month trial is a very sensible first step in that. If it turns out to be a disaster, we can ultimately then decide not to do it again. But I really hope that this will be successful, and we have miles and miles of beach. And having seen these kind of high-end operations that are well run in other parts of the world, I think this is exactly the direction that we as a city want to head. It doesn't need to be everywhere across every beach, but done tastefully and in the right locations, planned and executed well. This will be the sort of thing that will be a game changer for the local economy here on the Gold Coast.
Okay. I don't know the conversion. It's 60 kilometres. So I'm not sure how many.
And fun fact, Mr Mayor, if I might be given a moment, Division 4 has the most amount of beach out of any other council division on the Gold Coast.
All right. I'll go to Councillor Pauline Young, then Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd just like to speak for this Mayoral Minute. It's really great to see that we're actually going to have a trial that's not connected to an actual event. So a trial that can be supported by locals as well as visitors to the city. But for the few events that we've been down there with Bleach, where you've been down there to open and that, we've seen how well supported it has been, and how I think in the first year when we had the collectives van down there trialling the food and the beverage service there on the sand there was so many people talking to you about 6 weeks of summer, and couldn't we have that trial of 6 weeks of summer? So it's great to see this come forward, and so many residents and visitors alike spoke to you during those Bleach times in all of the facilities that were there at the foreshore. And it's also great to see that it's actually on part of a foreshore that has all of the connected infrastructure that's required, like public toilets and showers and venues that people can actually leave whenever they choose to leave. And it's also well supported by our transport network there. So I think having the original trial, or the very first trial, and hopefully it's well received, to have it in the area, as in at Curra or there where everything is already in place, will give us a far better, I guess, benchmark to measure back to.
So, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supportive of it, but I'm also very interested in regards to the information that we get back in regards to the report, and I think it would be an opportunity during the 60-day trial that we made sure that we hoovered up as much input from the people that had attended, in addition to people that may oppose the idea. When we've spoken about this in the past, people have suggested it's the thin edge of the wedge. I don't think that that is the case. I think that the city has a couple of very good opportunities, and we're putting it beside existing hard infrastructure, but that may lend ourselves to looking at other locations. For example, I know that the Sheraton has previously mooted an opportunity down there. It clearly isn't going to go everywhere, but we've all been and seen what happens when the Magic Millions, for example, do their pop-up pavilion as part of their barrier draw. The city provides some outstanding backdrops for some really unique occasions, and the idea of activating a new product for our tourism market, I think, is at least worth piloting and seeing what can go right and potentially, if something goes wrong, how that could be mitigated in the future, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Well, Councillor, I'll go back to myself to close. The debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried, supermajority. Right. Right. The third mayoral minute moved that councillors note the commencement of development of the Gold Coast City Transport Strategy 2041. So we've got to get going. All right. Anyone speak against that? Not to commence it? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. There you go. $11.5. Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 7th of October 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Second, Councillor Gates. Okay, my usual questions, councillors. Any item you wish to deal separately? Councillor Caldwell? Oh, let's put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Okay, any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Caldwell?
I move that the recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted. Yes, in world record time.
Second, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Owen Jones.
I don't think I'm going to be that lucky, Mr Mayor. So I move that the report of Governance and Finance Committee meeting held on Thursday, 7th of October 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Second, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right.
Mr Mayor, if we could deal with the Community Grants Report 6.1, and I think that there may be at least a conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. 6.1. Okay. Seconder? We've got conflict of interest. All right, here we go. You want to go first?
No, is there? Yeah.
Is it what? How? Just pause me to make it quicker. Is it loaded on the computer? Yeah. So who's the first one on the computer? Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a declarable conflict of interest, having received some advice from the City Solicitor, and I'd like to remain in the room for this, given the broad spectrum of grants that we're discussing today. So the nature of the interest is that I have a close personal relationship with Hayden Whitworth, the voluntary chairman of Juice Media Limited. He's the chairman of a charity for which Council is considering a multi-year agreement to deliver a public event, being Easter United. I'd like to remain in the room for those reasons I just stated, but the terms I put in the form were that the significance of my relationship with Mr Whitworth is surpassed by the public benefit of the proposed multi-year project for the community, considering Mr Whitworth's voluntary role as chairman of Juice Media Limited, which is a charity.
Okay. Procedure motion. The question, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a question of Councillor Tozer. I had a feeling that he may have been formerly a director of Juice as well, and wondered whether that should form part of the declaration, if that were the case, knowing that we have to declare everything.
So, Mr Mayor, I sought the advice of the City Solicitor about that, but both my wife and my former directorship did not constitute something that was a declarable conflict of interest. But if I could ask you, or the City Solicitor through you, to confirm that advice.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I did give Councillor Tozer that advice, and that's based on the provision in the Local Government Act which creates an exemption in circumstances where a councillor is a member of an entity that's a community group, so it covers juice.
Okay.
If I could just explain why I'm asking that, is I believe there's a petition to be presented later today that involves the Turf Club, which of course leads me to my position as a former director and the fact that I've always declared and left the room. So perhaps the City Solicitor can give some thought to that in the interim before that petition is presented. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, no, I would ask this part of the, Mr CEO, this part of the meeting been transcribed, because I know the OAA is coming after me about something precisely this, and I like to send it to them to go, drop it. Councillor Tozer, do I go for a procedural motion?
No, I don't have any further things to add if you don't have any other questions about my disclosure.
No. Did anyone do a procedural motion at the... No, wasn't there? Would someone like to do a procedural motion now, Councillor?
I will. I've got some words the City Solicitor has provided.
Okay.
And that although Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest because of his close personal relationship with the voluntary chairman of Juice, the subject of the grant application is open to the whole of the city, and there is no suggestion that the chair will benefit personally.
Correct.
Sounds good.
And you might want to...
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. You want to speak further on that, Councillor Owen Jones?
So it's in particular in regards to the proposal to have a 4-year funding program, which I think the council has previously discussed. At our committee meeting, we did mention dollar amounts, which were different than the office's recommendation. But I think that it's appropriate that Councillor Tozer stay in the room.
Okay. Councillor Patterson?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I've got a question to the City Solicitor. So on a recent matter, the advice that I received was where there is a declarable conflict due to a close personal friend, that it is recommended that you just leave the room. So if you could let me know why that was the advice for me on that part and not on this one, that would be appreciated.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in my view, the two circumstances are quite different. In relation to the Gold Coast Sports Academy, which is the matter that Councillor Patterson is referring to, the matter that we were dealing with was a grant of funding to the organisation as a whole for conducting all of their businesses. And the issue that I raised was that there is an opportunity for all of the directors of that entity to benefit either directly or indirectly from that grant. In relation to this particular matter, the grant application is to fund a particular event. The event is open to the entire community, and there's no suggestion that the chairman will in any way benefit either directly or indirectly from the grant application.
Okay. So anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to your all in favour, show of hands.
Tate, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Please recall Councillor Tozer did not vote. So you stay in, right? Pardon? Second declaration.
When you're ready.
Is that on the computer? Yes. Then we're ready.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In this case, the nature of the declarable conflict of interest is that my wife, Jude Kalman, owns a film production company that has previously worked for one of the grant applicants, who is a charity, and she may do so again. Her company has quoted on similar work to that which is described in the grant application submitted by the charity PTSD Resurrected. The name of the related party is Jude Kalman. Jude Kalman is my spouse, my wife, and the nature of the related party's interest is that she's previously worked for this charity and has previously quoted on film production work similar to what's required or that is noted. The reasons why I would like to stay in the room and participate because of the broad spectrum of grants being considered today. And the reason for that is that I'm not a director of her company. I only have limited knowledge of any engagement between the charity and my wife's company. and the public interest for my participation in the broader community grant program surpasses any perceived conflict that may exist for this one charity.
Okay.
I can't confirm any other details about the actual charity because I haven't spoken to them about the matter.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, can I please ask whether advice on this matter was sought via the City Solicitor?
You're up again, Solicitor.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, Councillor Tozer did seek my advice on this one, and my advice was that it was advisable to make a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the matter.
Okay.
Okay, so there it is. Procedural motion time.
Mr Mayor, if I might, I don't believe Councillor Tozer should on this occasion remain in the room. I think that this one's a little bit murky given that Councillor Tozer, whilst he's not a director of his wife's company, would stand to benefit from any receipts that she may be involved in through her work.
Okay.
It troubles me personally. I don't have the words for a motion, but I'm happy to put one that for this matter, Councillor Tozer.
Well, the item B there says Councillor Tozer must not participate in the decision because of the
Councillor's conflict of interest relating to his wife's business and any potential benefits that may be gained through her business operations and this grant process. Does that make sense? If I could just check with the City Solicitor, she might have a suggestion to refine it a little.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think your proposed wording does make sense. I'm happy to assist with wording if you wanted some wording to support a decision not to allow Councillor Tozer to participate in the meeting. I also have some wording if Council was minded to vote the other way as well.
Yeah, okay. Just on this one, on the screen there, where what Councillor Gates articulated, is that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm happy with those words.
Happy with those. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Patterson. All right. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got no problem leaving the room if that's what the council determines, but there are lots of grant applications that are being considered today beyond just this one for which I've made a declaration, and I'd love to participate in debate in relation to other matters where this conflict doesn't apply. And I wonder if there's a way I could accommodate Councillor Gates' motion and leave the room for that matter without wanting to engage in that matter, but also making a contribution in relation to the other community grants that have been proposed, for which I don't have a conflict.
Mr CEO, I've got to stick to the agenda, so what's your advice on that?
You'd probably have to split the... You'd have to split the recommendation somehow, I suspect. I mean, you always do it, a bit messy, but if that was the case, to take...
Well, we'll test the floor first to see whether or not this motion will get up. Because if it doesn't get up, you stay in the room and no consideration further.
Yep.
Right, anyone want to speak against the motion? You closed them.
Mr Mayor, simply to say that I believe it would be too awkward to split the motion given...
No, just based on your motion there. That's the second part to the... so it's just on your motion.
No, I'm happy with that, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Barton Lumsden, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, you have to leave. Anyone else? Against? Could you record Councillor Tozer did not vote, and I ask him to leave the room. Still on this matter, okay, Councillor Jones.
Move the recommendation at the committee and speak briefly to it if I can get a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, if I could start by thanking the city officers who had the onerous task of providing us an agenda item where the committee definitely approached it on a line-by-line basis, and we did that in order to make sure that we supported as many of the community groups on the Gold Coast as possible. So I think even though we didn't always agree as a committee in regards to how we should allocate funding, in the end we came to a unanimous decision on the day that what we had recommended as a committee was the way forward. There was at least one item that was to receive some additional information, and my understanding is that the CEO, the Mayor's office, has worked closely with that organisation to get a different proposal which was a little bit broader, and so I'm happy that that's happened. Overall, Mr Mayor, there was an enormous need in our community and there was only so many dollars to go around, but I think thanks to the efforts of the councillors at committee and also the city officers, I think we've ended at a pretty good place, it would be my summation. And finally, in regards to the funding agreement, the 4-year funding agreement for the Easter United, I think it provides them with some real certainty. They had a cancellation in 2020 and they were able to proceed in 2021. I think the fact that we are looking to lock in a funding agreement for 4 years is important for making sure they can get the best bang for their buck in regards to sponsorship agreements aside from the city. So I think all in all, we were both kind and we had a fairly sharp pencil in regards to the distribution of the funds, Mr Mayor.
Anyone, before I ask if anyone wants to speak against a motion, does anyone want to move an amended motion to unpack it so that with the request from Councillor Tozer? No amended motion? Then we keep going. Speaking against the motion? No. Councillor Owen-Jones, could you please close?
I'll close by saying that the one item that Councillor Tozer had to leave the room for, because of the decision of the council, was a recommendation where both the city officers and the committee agreed that it should be fully funded. So it shows to me the fact that there was clearly a twist in the legislation which requires councillors to make a declaration and other councillors to make a decision, but it also shows that the councillors that remain in the room are able to get on with it. So I think it was a pretty admirable project that was proposed, and I think at the end of the day we've landed exactly where we should have with all of the other grant applications, Mr Mayor.
Okay. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Officer, any officer, could you ask Councillor Tozer to return? Joe's lunch here yet? When we're ever ready, okay. All right. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If we could deal with 6.7, where we moved procedural motion. I have some additional, some changes to that recommendation.
6.7. I'll just pause a second there. But Councillor Tozer, I did ask if anyone wanted to unpack it, and nobody moved an amended motion, so we went up. But the motion was all unanimous. Okay. All right. 6.7, response to petition.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors that have been here for a period of time will appreciate that the city has some ongoing issues with the Hope Island Canal or Drainage Reserve, or whatever you would like to call it in between. And one of those has resulted in a petition being provided to council and an attached report. The petition called for some relaxation on some invoices that had been issued in Globo, and the officers have provided some words, and I'm happy to read them out, Mr Mayor. There are 3 separate body corporates that are involved. It is what I would describe as a fairly unique set of circumstances.
Yeah, on the screen. I just call it on the screen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And if I can
Let me see, get a seconder.
If I can have somebody.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Thank you. It's an amendment which would see some of the invoices that were issued and backdated written off. It's not something that the city does lightly or does often, but I think that it is an equitable way of dealing with a fairly complex problem, Mr Mayor.
Yes. Anyone want to speak against? Okay. You want to close? Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. All right. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations to the Governance and Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. All right. Consideration notice of motion. Mr CEO, I think that's nil. 13, do you want to do question or notice before lunch or after lunch?
I'll be quick.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. I know that the Thai food is awaiting, Mr Mayor, so I'll be very fast. I have 2 questions on notice. The first one relates to some information that I've been waiting for since the 15th of July, Mr Mayor, and it was a question that I asked during the restructure considerations at Governance and Administration, whereby I requested the number of positions in each directorate and the duties that are being undertaken by the community engagement and stakeholder positions. Mr Mayor, I have to admit that the acting CEO came to me and asked me did I want to formalise this request when there had been a little time elapse, and I declined that opportunity. But it's now been several, I think 5 council meetings, and we haven't got the information, and I know that it's sitting on someone else's desk. So I would simply like to formalise it today by seeking that a report come forward to the next meeting of full council, clarifying the number of community engagement and stakeholder positions across the organisation and the roles that they're undertaking.
Okay, you can submit that to the minute taker during lunch. Yep.
Okay, sure.
And second question?
The second one, and this one, it will come as a surprise to the Director of Lifestyle and Community, because I only had a couple more approaches late yesterday afternoon and I didn't get an opportunity to raise it with her. But in the last couple of weeks, I've had a detailed response from Libraries Branch about the reactivation in full of our library service because there have been delays in restarting several of the programs. In particular, interlibrary loans are not to be reinstated until the end of the year, and also suggestions for purchase. And Mr Mayor, it's COVID related, and I understand that has been the reason that's been given, but all of the volunteer groups haven't had access to the library. The adult literacy and digital literacy classes have not resumed, and the 2 issues that I have concern with are the interlibrary loans and the suggestions, and I don't know why COVID has impacted on those. So if I could just get a response from Community Services in relation to why those services haven't been reinstated.
Okay. So you don't need a response right now, do you? No. You got another question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Merely perhaps to save some officer time and ratepayer resources, in my capacity as chair of the responsible committee that provides some oversight with the library service, I can advise Councillor Gates that we have an agenda item coming up at the very next round, which deals with the collection piece, and she may find the answer she's looking for in the very next council round.
I'd ask that that any additional question that Councillor Gates requests be added onto that item. And if you can just, if that's all right with that, they can elaborate more so that your question is fully answered, but at that item.
I have received a very prompt response from the Director and the Manager of Libraries about the timeframes. I just don't understand why the delay until the end of the year for a couple of those issues.
Next committee. Okay, thank you. Right. Just a clarification there, it's not Thai food, it's salad, so we'll keep going. Petitions. Right. This petition here, preserve the historic Stuart House, was going to be presented by Councillor Hamill, but he's not here. Did he pass it on to somebody else to present? Councillor Owen Jones?
Mr Mayor, he hasn't passed it on. I don't know whether the city officers received a copy beforehand. I had the lead petitioner contact me by phone.
Well, he can present it at the next council meeting.
If it was here, what I said to the lead petitioner, that I was happy to support it because it just goes into the process in regards to a report, Mr Mayor.
Director, have you got it, is it? Oh, all right, could you pass it on to Councillor Owen Jones?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
And my normal question is that, does it meet the nominal requirement?
Yes, it does, Mr Mayor.
Then the motion then is to take the petition and send it to
the relevant committee.
And seconder is Councillor Gates. And put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Minute taker, you can catch up on that.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, could I just interrupt for a moment, because my last question on notice and Councillor Vorster's response indicated next round, but in the committee agenda forward planning, that item's not coming forward until the 3rd of December. So my question will be irrelevant by then unless I get a notification this week.
In that case...
Thank you. I'll talk to the officers and just get a time.
Your question I know stands.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
And the appropriate local government timeframe is to be implemented.
Thank you.
An answer to be directly to you. If any other councillor wants it, I'll CC everyone. Do you want it? Yes, everyone does. Please CC all the answers to all the councillors and include myself.
Thank you.
Right. Petition number 2. Okay, this is the petition regarding the traffic calming, Gold Coast Turf Club. And to the solicitor there, this is merely getting the petition. A former director, which I'm included, of the Turf Club, maybe 10 years ago or whatever, and no longer a member and all that sort of stuff, and probably similar questions to Councillor Gates. Do we have to declare?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in relation to the issue of the time, I think that's really relevant. In my view, the period of time that's lapsed since you were a director of the Turf Club is relevant to whether or not there could be a reasonable perception that you have a conflict between what was a personal interest and the public interest.
Mm-hmm.
On that basis, I'm comfortable that that role no longer triggers a declarable conflict of interest. I do note, though, that I am aware that the OIA have taken a different view to those issues, particularly in relation to some entities. And the issue becomes complicated when we go back over such a long period of time because the conflict of interest regime was different when you were a director. So the test was different to what it is now. So my view is that that doesn't trigger a declarable conflict of interest. I think in relation to the matter, which is a petition, there's even less risk, and therefore I'm comfortable that a declaration's not required.
Yes, okay. Well, in that case, I'm not declaring anything. If someone wants to push it, they can. Talking about myself first, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And as we regularly find ourselves in, we've got to chain these things together because I similarly in the past have made a declaration with respect to the Turf Club in that my brother is a supplier to the Turf Club. To the best of my recollection, my last declaration was made with respect to an application by the Turf Club to support night racing, where, in my view, when that decision was made, extended trading hours would support potentially a commercial return to my brother, and I excluded myself. When I consider this matter, we're dealing with a speed bump potentially on a public road used by anyone who might want to avoid Southport Burley Road. So, in my mind, I see no nexus between my brother's interests and this decision. So, like you, I just want to put that on the table in case a councillor felt otherwise. If they did, of course, I couldn't involve myself in your potential declaration or councillor.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I can't comment about you either.
Horses for courses.
Is that it? Well, just thinking about Councillor Worcester for a minute, does anyone want to push that issue? Push meaning raise a declarable conflict and all that, this petition. Anyway, Councillor Taylor?
I just want to clarify the actual petition. Is it from the Gold Coast Turf Club or has it come from the community? And are we referring to some infrastructure that's by the Gold Coast Turf Club?
Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, the lead petitioner is the CEO of Gold Coast Turf Club, and in presenting this petition, I would want to speak to some issues that occur at a state government level that I would see that makes sense that we would advocate for in considering this petition. So given that, I don't know whether that impacts on what you think, but I can just present the petition, but it is the CEO of the Turf Club.
I think you present the petition and go to the relevant committee, and then you can raise all those matters at the committee.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I am cool. Councillor Gates.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I remain a member of the Gold Coast Turf Club and I was appointed to the Board of Directors on the 25th of February 2017. So my circumstances are somewhat different from yours, Mr Mayor, because it's such a long time ago that you had any involvement. So I'm seeking guidance from the City Solicitor, who I think might have a different view of my involvement.
Okay, fair enough. Because, just to be clarified, mine was 2011.
Yeah.
And I'm no longer a member because I keep losing.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates, can I just clarify whether you still are a director of the Turf Club?
No, I resigned as a director on the 28th of May 2018.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we go back to the issue again of my view is that if you're no longer a director of a particular organisation and there's no other reason why you might still have a personal interest in matters to deal with them, that the starting point is that it doesn't trigger an automatic declarable conflict of interest. We then fall back just to the principles issue of do you have a personal interest in the matter that might otherwise conflict with the public interest?
I don't. Oh, I can't comment.
No.
Go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I would like today to make a declarable conflict of interest and let the council decide whether I should be in the room or not. So I would like to...
Have you prepared something earlier?
Well, I haven't, Mr Mayor. It was only on the way in that I was told there was a petition.
Let me ask you, is there one like this that you can get?
I have previously declared and voluntarily left the room.
Okay, how about we do this? While we have lunch, they find it, get it on the screen. Oh, you got it now, have you? Oh, speed and lightning. Let me finish.
Is it hungry for salad?
Let's see what happens here. First up, if Councillor Gates can have a look at it, then if it's in line, DG.
Oh, that's correct. I did receive a donation as well.
Well, there you go. See, it's not bad, isn't it? We went back.
So on that basis, Mr Mayor, I'll just leave the room.
Okay.
And you can continue. Thank you.
Fair enough. abundance of caution. Councillor Tozer, question.
My question relates to the City Solicitor's advice to Councillor Gates, and just for the matter of how we might proceed with this sort of matter in the future. It's my understanding that when a person makes a personal interest declaration or a declarable conflict of interest information is provided to the meeting, that we're actually judging that interest against the decision being made. In this case, the receipt and referral of a petition. Can I check with the City Solicitor that's actually, when we're judging a conflict of interest conflict, whether there is actually a conflict?
The issue beforehand.
Whether it's the decision that we're actually making that is how we're assessing the interest.
That's how I read it.
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely that's the case. So
Right.
in this issue, the only decision to be made is whether to receive or not receive the petition.
Yes.
More reason, in my view, why the matter wouldn't trigger a declarable conflict of interest.
Yes, but that a declarable conflict of interest has now been made. It's a good guidance for us to say that the decision is a referral of a petition. That's all we have to consider.
But it's up to each councillor how abundance of caution and all that stuff. You know, like if you're like me, I'm not sick of hearing from OAA, so I'm hanging in there.
I mean, you have them on auto dial, Mr Mayor. So.
Nobody else writes to me. All right. Well, anyone else? Anyone else? Declaration? Councillor Jones.
I'm going to second the motion regarding the petition, Mr Mayor.
Second the motion. Anyone speak for that motion? You want to speak for it? Are you right?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This petition is about the safety of staff and horses in the equine precinct. So I will say that our council officers are already investigating and reviewing this, and one of the key considerations which the Turf Club would like to see, which is boom gates, which makes a lot of sense because the issue is between 4 in the morning and 9 only, but we aren't allowed to do that because of state laws, even though they can in Victoria. So that's what is of interest. It is properly made, and I request that we refer it to the Director of Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Thanks.
Okay. Wow, something Victoria has in front of us. Okay. Right. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you ask Councillor Gates to return to the chamber before she have all that lunch in front of her? Salad. Into it. Right. Okay. Mr. CEO, is there any general business item? Yeah, me neither. So we'll tick that one off. All right. Other business. The 16.1. Mr. CEO, that's a presentation of control entities financial.
We've just got a legislative obligation to present the controlled entity financial statements to council, so that's for noting. That's what we're doing today.
Okay, I'll move that. Seconder, Councillor Caldwell. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 16.2. Mr. CEO.
Similar, Mr. Mayor, this is the final management report from QAO based on our audited financial statements. Pretty good report, Mr. Mayor, for an organisation this size. So again, for noting.
Yes. Well,
he's going to be filling out his KPIs.
Councillors, I'm tabling this wherever it is. Boom. Table.
To see that he really cares about this one.
Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone speak against this tabling? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor, I adjourn 30 minutes for lunch. Mr. CEO? Okay. Streaming on. Right, we're up, councillors, we're in other business, and we will now go to 16.3. Being the person chairing it, I've got a declaration. I'll go straight there. Okay. Okay, councillors, I'll just read it out with the notes in front of me. As per the council investigations policy, I initially commenced an investigation on this matter by identifying at an early stage that former Councillor Bolton uses the same law firm that I do for complaint matters. Mr. Holt is the principal of Richard Holt Lawyers and represent both myself and former Councillor Bolton on complaint matters. For that reason, I recused myself from the investigation immediately, given the potential for a perception of conflict. Now that the matter's gone to tribunal and has been independently investigated by the Councillor Conduct Tribunal, I believe I have dealt with the perception of conflict adequately, and I retain an open and persuadable mind as to whether or not former Councillor Bolton is guilty of inappropriate conduct. So, I'm seeking permission to participate in making decision, stay in the room on this matter. Right, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have some words,
Okay.
and that is, although Mayor Tate has made a declarable conflict of interest, the interest is minor and remote, such that a reasonable person would trust that the final decision will be made in the public interest.
Second, Councillor Tozer. Can you pass that on? And while I'll get you to speak on it, I just want to know who else will be making declarations, so I know in my own head that not to count. So it'll be Councillor Gates, Corwell, and Bell and Lumsden. So therefore, okay, now I know where I'm at. Just give a minute. And of course, I won't be voting on this one.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Boston.
Would you give me what I think it may be a serious issue, just 30 seconds with the Chief Executive Officer while this is being typed up?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
So while we're doing that, Councillor Owen Jones, are you happy with the words on the screen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You know, I'll be guided. Take a seat and relax for a minute, because I kind of want to know. It's not often that a councillor would get me to pause, and but I want to give every opportunity, since we're dealing with OIA matters. I wonder, City Solicitor, why are you out of the loop discussion there? You know?
I have no idea, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Because I would have thought... Am I in or out? Okay. Do you need to say anything, or are you all right? No, okay. All right. It must be my surprise birthday party in January. It wasn't. All right. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I move the procedural motion, and I think that will be the first of the couple that we will receive today. But I think in the context of why you excused yourself from the investigation makes perfect sense, and the city had a process in place to allow somebody else to take on that role. I think that where we are today, it's actually important and makes sense that you as the Mayor and the Chair of the Council continue in that role today. I think that you followed the right course in regards to excusing yourself in the first instance, but I think that it actually would be the wrong course if you weren't in the meeting today, given the responsibility that we have under the Act to do what we have to do today in regards to these matters that have been referred back to Council.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Well, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Okay. None against. Did not vote? Councillor Gates, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Baildens Lumsden and myself. Anyone else? Okay. Motion carry. Right. Other declaration. Anyone? Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. Because a reasonable person may presume that I have a conflict of interest arising from my role as one of the interim investigators in this matter. I was tasked, as you've said, with taking on the role after you're raising a potential conflict of interest in relation to your involvement. The investigation was ultimately referred to the Councillor Conduct Tribunal for investigation after Ms Bolton's legal representative made allegations of bias against me and a failure to act objectively and impartially. I confirm, Mr Mayor, that the legal response was as a result of my requesting to cite the evidence referred to in the Tribunal's recommendation. But while I've had no further involvement in the matter and do not accept that I demonstrated any bias, I'm making this declaration and voluntarily deciding not to participate in the matter to ensure public trust in the decision-making process. So I will be leaving the room.
Okay.
Can I just see the declaration, please, Mr Mayor, before I go?
On the screen.
Okay. I did add a little bit between impartially. Oh, sorry. Is there an impartially on that one?
That was in the section before.
Oh, it said after Miss Bolton's legal representative made allegations of bias against me and a failure to act objectively and impartially. I confirm. Yeah, full stop. I confirm that the legal response was as a result of my requesting to cite the evidence referred to cite the evidence referred to. No, SIGHT. referred to in the tribunal's recommendation. Thank you very much. I'll now leave.
Okay. Any other declaration? Councillor Corwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm rising to make a declarable conflict of interest out of an abundance of caution because you'll have read in the report that the initial instigation of the concern around this behaviour had come from complaints that were made to my office. And so whilst the report is very clear in that respect, I feel like it should be aired that there's no, I have no particular personal relationship with the complainant other than the fact that my office had received those initial complaints from the public and that at that time I referred the matter internally to the CEO's office. It was then their decision to escalate the matter, not mine. I don't feel any particular concern in relation to my staying in the room, and I think it also should be clarified that the only other interesting thing about this is that then Councillor Bolton and I ultimately contested the 2020 election, but you'll have also read that the particular incident had occurred in, I think, November or December of 2018, well before any of that had come to light. And so I don't actually think that there's anything that anyone should read into this, but for the sake of being absolutely transparent, I'm very happy to leave the matter in the hands of my colleagues to deal with it. And so on that basis, I'll leave the room as well.
Okay. Councillor Baldens Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had raised one as well. My family has a connection to the Bolton family, and from that connection, ticking number of the boxes, I've subsequently been to the Bolton's family home as a tutor for their son. She's the subject of the report, and I'm choosing to leave the room as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still have a quorum. Anyone else? Okay. You'll have to rise to speak.
In Councillor Gates's declaration, there's a comma where she wanted a full stop, and I know she would like the full stop.
Okay. So here we are. Does someone want to move the recommendation or anything, or have a different view?
So if I could ask a question first, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
I'm happy to move the recommendation shortly, but on page 9 of the supplementary agenda, there is, I'm assuming, an example of the correspondence that had been distributed. I'm interested in, maybe through you to the CEO, asking how it had been distributed. Was it a letterbox drop or by some other means?
Mr CEO?
I think it was a letterbox drop, Mr Mayor, but I have to confirm that. Yes?
Postage.
Post, sorry, post.
It was postage.
Thank you. And that's, Mr Mayor, something as a divisional councillor, I can tell you that that's something that's rather unusual, to use postage to deliver this type of material into the community, because that comes at a cost. And I note in the report we have, under funding, we have the funding and resource requirements that have taken place in regards to having to resolve this matter over the last 2 or 3 years. But in addition to that, I think that it would be remiss of us not to at least ask some questions in regards to the actual cost of the material that was distributed, because it was the material that was distributed that, in my mind, has caused some members of the public to complain about it. So, because as you know, we've all got a responsibility of treating ratepayers' dollars carefully. So in the context that was a direct mail out, I would be interested in knowing if any officers could tell me the volume of the mail out and or the dollar amount spent on the mail out.
Mr. CEO,
I'm not aware of Mr. Ed. I might be able to get someone who knows if you in a minute.
What's it? I'm asking.
So the understanding is it was about $40,000 and about the same number of households. I think $1.10 per postage.
So Mr. Mayor, I think that it's important that it's not in my mind, it's not a minor matter of somebody investing $100 on a print run and then $50 or $100 on a mailbox delivery into a small concentrated area. That's actually a significant volume of dollars, and I can tell you that we've now got a new policy that prevents divisional councillors from doing that type of mail out because the dollar amount spent on the mail out is in my mind what has offended. So and they're also an amounts that we have a statutory obligation to report in regards to our annual reports, and inevitably there is mainstream media interest around the dollars that individual divisional councillors have spent in regards to printing and stationery, and when that isn't reported in the annual report, that makes it a little bit difficult. So if that amount is $40,000 or $50,000 and that's for this one occasion, my understanding is that there was a couple of other occasions before that policy was introduced. That's what I'm going to describe in my words as an extraordinary amount of money to be committed to a community function. So, and again, to put that into perspective, I think as divisional councillors, we're all aware that it might cost from time to time somewhere between $5,000 to $15,000, $20,000 to put on something like a Christmas carols or an Easter celebration, and our communities love them. They really do, but there has to be some type of balance, Mr. Mayor, in regards to the amount that we invest in actually delivering really good outcomes for the community and the amount that we invest in promotion of that event. So I think that it's actually important and beholden on us today to at least air that as part of the reason why this has arrived where it's arrived. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to move the recommendation as it stands.
Second, Councillor Tozer. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I feel compelled just to draw the meeting's attention to page 9 of the agenda, where there's a redacted portion on the letter, but you'll note that what could be identical information at the end of the letter has not been redacted. Now, I had a concern that we may have inadvertently considered an agenda that had pointed to a complainant, which would have been unfortunate, though I sought assurance and clarification from the acting CEO and city officers that we're not dealing with the complainant's information. This is merely an example letter. So I just wanted to
Thank you.
To tick that box, because we've got a duty to maintain that confidentiality, and based on my line of questioning, we can rest assured that that has been respected.
Thank you. Okay. You want to speak on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying that this is in regards to a former councillor, and I'm mindful of the fact that we are now almost 2 years into a new term. This has taken an extraordinary amount of time to get to this position, and that in part is because it has bounced backwards and forwards between the agencies before it has arrived here for us to make a decision based on the recommendation. I think that our recommendation reflects the intent of the investigation, both by the city and other parties. And I think that ultimately not spending any more time or effort on this matter is probably the best thing that we could do. But I think that the salient learnings that we've received from it is that we need to be incredibly careful that we both understand and follow the policies that exist for councillors in regards to this type of communication with our community. I don't think it should stop us trying to engage in doing community activities, and I have a personal view that the idea of partnering with commercial providers and community groups, which effectively is what the flyer had, isn't necessarily a bad thing. I accept, in my mind, having read the report, that former Councillor Bolton didn't misuse the information that was collated, and it was collated for the purpose of finding a winner for the raffle. I think that the former councillor, Kristen Bolton, there's reference in the report in regards to another elected representative from a different level of government seeking access to that database. And I think that to former councillor Bolton's credit, she defended the database because it was only to be used for one purpose and it wasn't to be used for any other purpose than that. So, in my view, the decision that we make today in regards to this recommendation should be that no further action take place, Mr Mayor.
Okay, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't stand and vote in a way that would send a message to our ratepayers that we do not consider it inappropriate for a councillor to spend $40,000 and more money communicating and promoting what they're doing than actually doing the event. I consider that inappropriate. There is no way that I would tolerate that for my level of behaviour, and I can't support that given that I look at what I would accept for myself and it's what I accept for my fellow councillors.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've read the report and I think it's quite comprehensive. It gave me some pause, Mr Mayor, in that the items outlined on page 3 and 4 of the report that talk about what the complaint alleged do not include the information that Councillor Owen-Jones has raised for the council today. And I think it puts us in a difficult position in that we're starting to talk about things that actually aren't encompassed in the complaint. And for us to make an appropriate decision about an element of conduct, there needs to be a complaint made about that. And there is a proper process for that. And this Chambers is actually not that process. So I feel concerned about that, Mr Mayor. But what I am not concerned about is diverging from the Councillor Conduct Tribunal's recommendation in this matter. They've comprehensively investigated it. Not only that, but they have engaged people in this Chambers who have started the investigation and then delegated the decision delegated the investigation. And I think those people all involved throughout the process have done their utmost to be as balanced and as fair as possible. And the ultimate outcome is what the Councillor Conduct Tribunal has recommended to us today. I think that is the right outcome. I wanted to add that I had a very close relationship with Councillor Bolton, and we had a lot of opportunity at times to talk about how we engage with our community. And whilst I am grave reservations about the amount of money allocated to distribute information, that is not the substance of the complaint. And I know that deep down Councillor Bolton did care deeply for her constituents and wanted them to be engaged with her community. She wanted the best for her community, and I'm sure that her intent in engaging in this way, whilst perhaps the means weren't entirely the best use of ratepayers' money, I'm sure her heart was in the right place as she was trying to raise the profile of her local area. I'm fully supportive of Councillor Owen-Jones' motion, and I think we should put this matter behind us.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? I go to Councillor Jones to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll close by saying that we have an obligation today to review the material before us, to ask questions if we want to ask questions, and to debate. And I think that that's what we've done. Mr Mayor, if we're provided with a recommendation, it doesn't necessarily mean, in my mind, that we have to follow that recommendation. We have to read it and make up our mind in regards to it. I accept what Councillor Tozer has said in regards to Councillor Bolton's love for her community. Anybody that worked with Councillor Bolton would know that she was first and foremost a community warrior, and I have no problem in saying that is the case. So I can also say that I asked the questions I did in regards to the mail out, Councillor Tozer, in part because I had an inkling of the answer, and that is in part because I'm going to accept some responsibility because Councillor Bolton contacted our office at one stage asking how to do, or her office contacted our office asking how to do a mail merge for a divisional electoral roll, and that's what caused me to ask whether or not that had happened, because it was something that I hadn't come across in my entire representative career. So, so just to sum up, I think the recommendation is right, but I am not afraid to have a difference of opinion to the tribunal if that gets us to a different answer, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The debate's closed, councillors. Put this motion that's on the screen to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Patterson.
Motion's passed. Next item, 16.4. Oh, could you ask Councillor Baildon Lumsden, Councillor Gates, Councillor Corwell to return? Okay, councillors, we're up to 16.4. Okay, declarations, I'll go first. Councillors, I am the complainant in this matter in relation to alleged inappropriate conduct by Councillor McDonald, which clearly gives rise to a perceived conflict of interest. Whilst the model meeting procedures allow me to seek permission to remain in the room to debate and vote on this matter, I've carefully considered the local government principle, including transparency and effective processes and decision-making in the public interest and good governance of and by local government. And it is my firm view that no reasonable person would form the view that I am to be impartial in my consideration of this matter. So that speaks for itself. So, councillors, I'm voluntarily deciding not to participate in making a decision about the matter. I'll ask Councillor Gates to come up and take over the chair. And also, just let you know that I am conflicted in the next item, so I won't be returning for 16.5.
So, Mr Mayor, just a procedural question. I noticed that we've received some material. Is that intended to be on the record? And if so, you
Yes.
might need to you might need to return to the room at the start of that matter.
Isn't that circulated, Mr CEO? Isn't that circulated to be included?
Well, it is, but it's not on the public record, I don't think. So I just some guidance before you miss that opportunity.
It'll form part of the minutes, Mr Mayor, so I don't think you need to return. But
well, Mr CEO believes that
if your legal advice fellow is here, then while you're out there on the first one,
yeah,
you can check.
Well, on the 16.5, please come on the 16.5, if you make my indulgence, Mrs. CEO, I tabled that information.
Table, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it'll be part of the CS box. It's a good question there. And no, I'm leaving, I'm voluntarily leaving the room. So if you're leaving the room and ask me the question outside, I'm more than happy to talk to you.
Thank you. Can you just give me a minute to get to the right page?
And let me leave the room.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this item is in relation to myself, I just want to advise the committee that I will not be participating in the matter and I'll be leaving the room. However, I'll be happy to come back to answer any questions. So I'll leave the room now. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, could I just ask you one question before you go? And that was who managed the page on your behalf, or whether you managed it yourself at the time this complaint was lodged?
With the page, it's I have my what do we call it? Community project person and myself. We both manage the page.
Okay, thank you. I'll just give a summary of what we're about to consider. Okay, Councillor Tozer.
Madam Chair, in the workshop that was conducted on Friday, the City Solicitor made available some advice that she had in relation to declarable conflicts of interest for both complainants and subjects of complaints that are made when we're considering these matters. May I ask through you to her to provide that advice to the meeting right here so it is on the public record?
Certainly. City Solicitor.
Through you, Acting Chair, the situation is set out in the model meeting procedures, so it's a little bit different than the normal conflict rules that apply for any other matter, not too different. The basic position is if you're a complainant in relation to an inappropriate conduct matter, the model meeting procedures say that you may have a declarable conflict of interest. So you don't automatically have a conflict of interest if you're the complainant. It's a matter for that person to consider whether or not there's something that would trigger the normal declarable conflict of interest provisions. If you are the subject officer of a complaint or the subject person, so in this case the complaint's about Councillor McDonald, Councillor McDonald then is taken to have a declarable conflict of interest. It doesn't need to be declared in the normal way by going through that process. And the model meeting procedures say that the councillor can stay in the room and be available to answer questions for the debate on the matter. But at the point in time when council moves to vote on whether or not Councillor McDonald has engaged in inappropriate conduct, the councillor then needs to leave the room.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be very clear, the reason that the Mayor left the room was of his own volition. There was no lawful requirement or legislative requirement for him to do so. That's the substance of your advice to us. Is that correct? Yeah.
Through you, Acting Chair, so that unlike if you are the subject of a complaint, it's not an automatic trigger, but in relation to what the Mayor has done is he's looked at the provisions that apply in the Local Government Act about whether he has a declarable conflict of interest and formed the view that he thinks that there's a conflict between his personal interest in the matter, given that he made the complaint, and the public interest. So not an automatic trigger, but he's considered that issue and made a declaration.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And can I just get clarification that the same provisions are provided for councillors who might like to query a councillor's decision to remain in the room? We could still require, if the majority of people supported it, a councillor to make a declaration if there was reasoning for that.
Through you, Acting Chair, so we do in that instance fall back to the normal conflict of interest provision. So if any councillor has a reasonable suspicion that one of their fellow councillors has a conflict of interest in relation to the matter, the appropriate thing to do if that councillor doesn't raise the conflict themselves is to actually raise that reasonable suspicion, and it sets in chain that process under the Local Government Act for raising it, getting their response and dealing with it accordingly.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up question on that. So when you're talking about and identifying whether a complainant has a declarable conflict of interest, are you looking at that does that include the lens of the public having a perception of a conflict of interest? So a perceived conflict of interest would be included in the declarable, would be considered as a conflict of interest, right?
Through you, Acting Chair, the current legislative framework doesn't carry over the old perceived and real conflict of interest test, so it is a little bit different. But in relation to declarable conflicts of interest, it falls back to that principles test of whether or not a reasonable person might presume that there was a conflict between the person's personal interest and the public interest, and then the additional step that might lead to a conflict in the final decision.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it was last council round we considered an item which provoked, and I say that in a grammatical sense, but it prompted, perhaps I should say, Councillor Patterson to ask a series of questions which were later captured in the Gold Coast Bulletin article concerning, I suppose, the way we manage our professional relationships. At that workshop, I had an opportunity to ask the City Solicitor to provide us with some advice and some clarity around how those personal relationships may or may not need to be managed as we consider these investigation matters today. Madam Acting Chair, I was provided, as all councillors were, with that guidance from the City Solicitor, and I'm relying on that guidance, which is to say that a declarable conflict of interest does not necessarily arise because one might have a professional relationship with a colleague or even a friendship with a colleague. Instead, it requires us to assess whether there is a close personal relationship. And on the issue of weddings, for example, there seemed to be a bolding and an underlining and an italicising and a conversion to red ink and then increasing to 72-point size to emphasise the fact that it's perhaps not even an invitation to a wedding, but an invitation to be in a wedding party. So on the back of that advice and on reflection, and also cognisant of the fact that my declaration last council was made because of the perceptions that may be created as a result of Councillor Patterson's questions and not the matter itself, I'm not taking the step of making a declarable conflict of interest declaration to do with the Mayor as a complainant here or later on. I'm just ventilating that because it's a bit of information that the community is perhaps not aware of, and I would just invite any councillor who might have a dissenting view, particularly Councillor Patterson, to, I guess, give us the opportunity to manage that. Otherwise, I'll continue as is and sit down.
Thank you. Councillor Tozer.
If there are no more questions or declarations, I'll move the officer's recommendation.
No, not ready for that just yet, sorry.
That's right.
I too, like Councillor Vorster, have considered the information that came forward from the City Solicitor yesterday, because you'll all recall that I, at the City Solicitor's suggestion, made a declaration of a close personal association with the Mayor. The City Solicitor did provide me with some additional guidance, and in moving between my seats today, I don't have it with me, but Just for the record and for the benefit of everyone here, I do not intend to make a declaration because the details that were provided to us all yesterday clearly indicated that, yes, I have a good working relationship with the Mayor, and as a result, I've interacted with him on occasions, but that would be expected after a 9.5-year period as his deputy. So I won't be making a declaration about him being involved in as the complainant on this one or on the next matter. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And again, in relation to the same subject, in relation to my personal, the advice I've been given at this stage, I'm happy to say that I won't be providing it. The close relationship that, in relation to my wedding, the close relationship relates to my father, to the coming to the wedding. So at this stage, I've taken advice in relation to him being a close relationship to my father.
And I might note that in the advice that was distributed by the City Solicitor, it did not suggest that anyone would be compromised by attending a wedding, but more if they were part of the wedding party. So there was a big difference in our judgment, I believe, on the basis of that. I mean, I mentioned that I was invited to the Mayor's daughter's wedding. I certainly wouldn't have been in the wedding party. But I think that's funny because I'm so old. Anyway, so I just wanted... Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given Councillor Vorster just noted that I raised it, and given that the additional advice has come in, I thank the City Solicitor for making that really clear. The reason why I raised it is because there is an expectation that we really flesh out and ensure that there's transparency. I didn't know whether there was conflicts or not. I asked the question to identify whether they were. And it's pretty clear now, given that advice we've gotten from the City Solicitor, from my perspective, that there isn't a conflict where there's a working relationship and you may have also been attended an event. So that was very helpful yesterday. Thank you very much for that. And I don't have a dissenting view to Councillor Vorster.
Councillor Caldwell.
Well, since we're doing this on this matter where Mr Mayor is the complainant, I will similarly just clarify the matter that was raised at the last meeting, which I thought was probably less relevant to this matter and is more relevant to the following matter. But for the sake of putting it on the record, I am not going to make a declaration relating to Mr Mayor today. I've reviewed the advice that the City Solicitor has provided that was dated the 11th of October 2021, outlining what constitutes a close personal relationship. I've considered that advice in the context of my relationship with Mr Mayor, and I believe that my relationship with the Mayor does not constitute a close personal relationship. Rather, my relationship with the Mayor is a professional relationship that has developed primarily as a result of my role as a councillor, and I hope that clarifies the matter for all future matters relating to the Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Caldwell. Now, the matter before us arose due to the lodgement of a complaint about potentially defamatory comments on Councillor McDonald's Facebook page, and now I'll turn it over to the councillors to discuss. Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I have a question in regards to whether or not either the Mayor or the Office of the Mayor contacted Councillor McDonald or her office and asked for the material to be removed?
I'll have to defer to the CEO, the acting CEO.
I'm not aware of it, Mr Mayor, but I can try and get some advice on that.
Well,
sorry.
Councillor McDonald said she was happy to come back and answer any questions, and I had one as well, so I don't know whether you want to take that opportunity.
I think perhaps if we could invite Councillor McDonald back into the room. Councillor McDonald, thank you for joining us again. There's been a question put by Councillor Owen Jones as to whether the Office of the Mayor at any time contacted you in relation to suggesting you're removing the alleged defamatory comments from your Facebook page.
I just can't recall. I don't think so.
Okay. Sorry, back to you, Councillor Owen Jones.
And one quick question for Councillor McDonald while she's here. Could you just confirm how many years you've been a councillor and how many times you've had to deal with inappropriate conduct or something similar in that time?
Madam Chair, I've been in council since 1991. I have had one other report just in relation to a Facebook post I put up when I visited Sydney, and that's in the last couple of years, but other than that I've had no other reports lodged against me in my career.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Caldwell also had a question for you.
Thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor McDonald, did you actually just delete the material or hide it once it sort of had come to your attention?
Madam Chair, once it came to our attention, we couldn't find it because I wasn't aware that with the particular post that was put up, there was other photos that were attached, and at the time we tried to find it in my office and I couldn't. We went to the offices to ask, where this comment or these comments were. And it was only then that we found out where the comments, as soon as we found out, they were removed.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillors, for Councillor McDonald? Councillor Young?
Perfectly clear. So someone put a comment as a photograph, or the other way around, a photograph as a comment on your post, and then someone commented on the photograph?
No, Madam Chair, there was a photo, I think it was a development application, if I recall.
Yeah. It was.
And there was a number of photos that were attached. So when it goes up on the page, it has the photo, one photo, and then it has 4 or 5, whatever you put. And the comments was made on one of the additional photos, but that didn't show up in the main list. And it wasn't until we went and seen it that it was under one of the photos.
And I don't know whether all of the councillors are aware of the sorts of comments that were made, but they were incredibly derogatory about and alleged corrupt conduct, something that none of us would ever like to be accused of. So I just provide that and really ugly language around it. So, Councillor O'Neill. Is this a question for Councillor McDonald?
McDonald, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Acting Mayor. Councillor McDonald, do you receive notifications of someone commenting on your page, whether it be on a photo or in the mainstream? Because I do that, and that's sort of a way that you don't miss them.
Madam Chair, when I was made aware of this, I became panicky, and I think we're all more or less the same. We go and check every comment, and what I normally do, if I see comments myself, I go by messenger and I do speak to the whoever's put the comment up and ask them to either remove it or reword it. However, what we did do through Corp Comms, I had one of the officers come down who was very good, and I'd suggest that any councillors that want information, there was information that was given that any particular words or names are triggered, that when those words or names come up, that those comments are hidden. So that's another a way of trying to address the situation with people putting up comments, because you might not go into your Facebook page for a couple of days, and we certainly don't want derogatory comments put up about other councillors or anybody.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions for Councillor McDonald before she goes and leaves the room again? No? Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Having asked a couple of questions, I'm actually interested in moving the recommendation as it is, but it's up to you, Councillor Gantz.
I'll take a motion. Thank you. Seconded.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
Seconded, Councillor Caldwell. Moved, Councillor Owen-Jones.
We should offer him a tie.
I think I've gone with the blue tie from the Helensvale Hogs today, just quietly. So, I move it because I think that we've got in Councillor McDonald again an extraordinary community advocate who has been in the position since 1991. She's told us that she's hasn't had to experience this type of inappropriate conduct allegations previously, other than one other around Facebook. So Councillor McDonald started in 1991, probably before the invention of the fax machine, and is now well and truly in the midst of social media, and that's a challenge for us all, because what social media has allowed a lot of members of the community is to say whatever they think or feel that they want to say, and not feel that they have any responsibility in regards to what they say. And it's beholden on us as the owners of those pages to make sure that wherever possible we mitigate some of that. And Councillor McDonald, while she was here, has said that she's taken some steps to make sure that some of the words that people use a bit recklessly are no longer able to be used on her page. And I think that's a positive thing. And then I think that the other positive thing that has maybe come out of this term of council is that I think that the elected representatives are probably more interested in picking up the phone and having a conversation with their colleagues in the event that there is an issue that could easily be addressed, and we would save an enormous amount of time and effort if that was to happen more often than not. So I think the reality is that nobody likes it when there are, in particular, the word corrupt conduct published on social media, because that is an offence to people's integrity and how they have go about doing their work. Being elected representative is not always the easiest, and we have to put up with a whole lot of free public advice that we receive in regards to how we conduct ourselves, and sometimes how we conduct ourselves isn't how somebody who wants to be critical of us would like us to be able to conduct ourselves, but we have a whole set of rules that we have to follow and we have to be very mindful of. So I think the recommendation and the advice received from the tribunal in this case is the correct course of action for this council.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? In which case, Councillor Caldwell?
Yeah, just as the seconder of the motion, I thought I might take the opportunity. Look, social media is clearly a very difficult area for us to all manage, and the interesting thing in my review of this material was that some of the material published actually related to me, which was fun. And of all the things,
I think you were called spineless.
Spineless, yeah, which is interesting given that I'm standing. But in all seriousness, I actually think that the obligation on us with Facebook pages and social media is to, in use of the word moderate, I think all you can do is exactly what Councillor McDonald did, and that is when something's brought to your attention or you see it, you don't prolong unnecessarily the publication of the material. And I'm quite satisfied that Councillor McDonald took steps immediately that it came to her attention to resolve that in order to protect the interests of all of the individuals who were named in those posts, and particularly the complainant. So Councillor McDonald, I actually think, did everything she could have possibly done, and I think in that respect she couldn't possibly be found guilty of inappropriate conduct. I actually think she probably did a pretty good job in the circumstances, and I don't think in any way, shape or form Councillor McDonald's conduct exacerbated comments which were clearly made by a third party, not in any way attributable to her and not in any way, given the timeline that they were available for public consumption, really could any of the damage be sheeted home to her conduct. So I, as the seconder of this motion, strongly support Councillor Owen-Jones in moving the recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Caldwell. I'll go to Councillor Owen-Jones to close. Nothing further? I'll take the vote. All in favour? Do we call a division on this, Joe? Thank you.
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bart-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor O'Neill.
That is carried unanimously. Could we please invite Councillor McDonald back to the room? About that matter? Certainly.
I just think it's worth noting that I completely agree and I've agreed as in the vote, but when Councillor Caldwell mentioned that we can't necessarily be responsible for what someone else wrote, it does make sense that we recognise the new High Court decision that they effectively see us as the author of those. So we're now held to a higher account at the High Court level.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Owen-Jones.
No, I just want to discuss a conflict.
Yeah. So the next item that we have to consider is in relation to comments made by the Mayor. And Councillor Owen-Jones, I'll go to you first. I'm looking for any declarations at this point in time.
Thank you. We've cleared a whole lot of air in regards to people being invited to weddings, and I've been married for a considerable period of time, so Mr Mayor has not been invited to my wedding, but I was invited to Councillor Glenn Tozer's wedding, and I wasn't part of the party, and at the time I went to the party and I didn't consume any alcohol because I was on an alcohol-free binge. So I just say it in the context that I don't intend to make a declaration, but if anybody would like to have that conversation, I'm happy to deal with it.
Thank you. Does anyone have an issue with Councillor Owen-Jones attending the wedding but not being part of the party? No? Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Young, Peter Young, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Acting Chair. I've made a declaration and I'll be departing the room for the consideration of this matter. We received legal advice from the City Solicitor yesterday, and in that the State Government's guide titled Managing Conflicts of Interest Quick Reference Guide was cited, and the provision that I picked up there was that if you've had ongoing or past legal disputes with the person, and obviously in my case I have had a past dispute with the Mayor, but it further says or other personal reason for strongly disliking them. I just want to make the clarification, I don't strongly dislike Mr Mayor. I might disagree with him on some issues, or in fact even many issues, but I don't dislike him. And that's not the reason for me making the declaration and divorcing myself from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further declarations? No? Okay, then I'm going to ask Councillor Tozer. I believe that as the complainant, Councillor Tozer, and the history associated with your relationship with the Mayor, that perhaps you don't come to this meeting with an open and persuadable mind. I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond to that before I go on any further.
The report that is in the public domain does not disclose the complainant, and I don't intend to confirm or deny who the complainant is if I know who that person is. It hasn't been disclosed in the public domain, and it shouldn't be. All of the complaints we've dealt with today have not disclosed the complainant, and this report doesn't refer to me as the complainant.
Okay. City Solicitor, can I seek some guidance on this? Because the Mayor just left the room giving that information to us. We've had a briefing this week where councillors were all advised of the complainants, and if I've misstepped, could you please tell me?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's important to remember that the conflict of interest regime has a positive obligation to include particular information in conflicts, and that includes obviously the people who are involved. It's also important to remember the knowledge that each of you have in the room of who is the complainant. In those circumstances, I'm comfortable that the question that you've raised is appropriate, and under the process in the legislation, Councillor Tozer, it's appropriate for you to respond to the question about whether or not, in your view, you have a declarable conflict of interest based on your position as the complainant.
And before, I'll just give you a minute to think about that, Councillor Tozer, because I've noticed that the Mayor's legal representative has just stepped back into the gallery, and although the Mayor has left this meeting, my understanding is that there has been permission given in regard to any question that might be raised, that if anyone has any query for Mr Holt, if it's of a legal nature, Mr Holt can be invited into the chamber to answer any of your questions. So I noted Mr Holt was not in the gallery earlier, but he is back. So I wanted to make that clear to you now. And now, Councillor Tozer, I'll go back to you.
So I think it's fair to say that a private forum and a public forum are very different. And right now we're streaming to the public, and the report is a public report, and so it should be. And I've read the report like everyone else. I have knowledge of what was said, and I believe I do have an open and persuadable mind. I am very interested in hearing what other councillors might have to say about the thresholds of conduct for public comments made about members of the public and other councillors. I can only dispute your suggestion that I have not got an open and persuadable mind by
I asked
assuring
if you did.
Yeah, I believe that I do. I believe that every councillor who is governed under the Local Government Act, when they hear comments or they observe conduct of councillors, they make a decision when they make a complaint or when they don't make a complaint. So by choosing to look away from behaviour, you are making a decision in the same way that you make a decision when you choose to report conduct that you believe might be worthy of an investigation. So I believe that I'm no more... I believe that your allegation or your suggestion about my open and persuadable mind, I believe I do have an open and persuadable mind, and even if I was the complainant, which I'm not confirming, I don't believe I would be any more conflicted than any person who observed the conduct and chose not to make a complaint.
Does anyone else have any queries at this point in time about whether we should seek a declarable conflict of interest declaration from Councillor Tozer? Councillor Patterson.
Well, to me it's crystal clear that we should certainly. When the City Solicitor just went through before in terms of defining what was a declarable conflict of interest, and could a person reasonably expect or think that there is something, that there is a benefit or a gain, well, it's pretty evident. It has been made clear that Councillor Tozer is the complainant. So he has, there's a couple of things. So the first thing is, if he votes in favour, it's supporting the complaint, will it be like, well, of course he did. If he votes against it, it could be, well, is he trying to get in favour with the Mayor or not? It's what would be a reasonable person's expectation. You wouldn't expect that, and even if we took the complainant side out of it.
Madam Chair, point of order. I'd like her to explain the benefit that she is referring to. This is a grave matter, and she hasn't been able to quantify the benefit that she's suggesting or that I might attain. I don't know what that would be compared to anything else that she might be talking about. I don't understand this benefit. It is an allegation of effectively of me gaining a benefit by a decision made of council. I can't quantify what that is.
I didn't hear the word benefit.
She said it 3 times, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Okay, to explain it. So the benefit would be, if it votes in favour, then it would be reasonable for a member of the public to think, well, that looks like it went the way Councillor Tozer wanted it to go. And if he votes against it, it would go, well, look, there's a potential of repairing a relationship. We're not talking about what is the case for Councillor Tozer. We're talking about what a reasonable person would expect or could presume.
So what I'll do is I'll ask if anyone wants to move a motion that Councillor Tozer makes a declarable conflict of interest declaration. Councillor Borster.
Madam Chair, at real risk of irritating you, I thought I might ask a question through you to the City Solicitor, which perhaps will assuage the concern of Councillor Patterson and bring a different perspective to this. If the concern that Councillor Patterson holds is around Councillor Tozer voting in the matter, in the context of an investigation matter, is it open to us to deal with a conflict of interest and then to afford Councillor Tozer, by way of condition, the ability to remain in the room but not ultimately vote in the matter? So do we have the same ability, Madam Chair, through you to the City Solicitor, to add conditions around Councillor Tozer's participation with an investigation matter? Thank you.
Conflict of interest, council can decide to impose conditions on the participation of that councillor. While I have the floor, if you'll indulge me for one moment on a process issue, there's 2 things that we can do at the moment. Either, given the discussion, Councillor Tozer may elect to make a declarable conflict of interest. If Councillor Tozer doesn't do that, what we need to do is revert to the process for raising a reasonable suspicion, which will mean having the Minute Secretary bring up that template or populate the reasons for why you think that Councillor Tozer does have a declarable conflict of interest. And then the only issue to be determined then is whether or not you are happy for him to stay in the room and participate in the matter or would require him to leave. So I think process-wise, rather than debating that issue now, the first question is, Councillor Tozer, are you minded to make the declaration voluntarily?
Chair, I'm not sure how I can answer the question of the City Solicitor. A reasonable person would read this report and they would become aware of a previous tribunal ruling. That information's in the public domain. But no person reading this report would specifically or explicitly understand who the complainant is, because the complainant is not named. So I can make a declaration that the matters pertaining or enclosed in the report and contained in the report refer to a tribunal hearing that was related to me, but that is an unrelated matter. So I could declare to that extent if you are seeking for me to disclose something to the meeting. That is self-evident in the report.
No. The City Solicitor is asking if you would willingly make a declaration. If you don't wish to make a declaration, then I will raise a reasonable suspicion due to your difficult relationship with the Mayor over a period of time that you should declare.
Wow.
And Councillor Tozer, I'm not trying to make this hard for you. It is on the public record that you have twice supported mayoral candidates opposing the Mayor, in 2016 and in 2020. I think that most of us would have seen difficulties in your relationship that have perhaps been put aside now, but in reviewing this complaint, I would like to raise a reasonable suspicion that it's a difficult position that we all put you in, involving you in this decision.
So I'll answer that. I don't believe my relationship with the Mayor has ever been better.
That's
It's a strong,
now.
good working relationship both with his team and he. I hold him in high regard for the public record.
Great.
Your
My
I don't know what you call it. Your suspicion of a conflict of interest, and I can't do anything other than accept that if that's raised, if that's what you'd like to raise, I'll just.
So all we
won't
need
vote on
to
the matter.
establish, you don't wish to make
My statement speaks for itself.
Okay, so I'm about to raise a reasonable suspicion. On the basis, raised a suspicion on the basis of the difficult association between Councillor Tozer and the Mayor over a period of time. And I will mention in this the fact that, and Councillor Tozer's public support of two prior mayoral candidates vying for the mayoralty in both 2016 VYING, 2016 and 2020.
Might I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Not just yet. I therefore query just correct vying to VYING. Councillor Tozer's ability to bring an open and persuadable mind to this meeting. I haven't mentioned in that city solicitor the name of the person who raised the complaint, which I believe is significant in this matter before us today. And I'm loath to go back there because of what's happened, but I'm encouraged by your commentary that we are all aware of the complainant and we can't not have that knowledge in considering the matter before us. So would you suggest that it be included as part of this reasonable suspicion?
Madam Chair, I would, and that's because I have seen matters that have been referred to the OIA, and the particular issues have been when they've been unsatisfied with the detail included in declarations. So it's really important when we go through this process to make those declarations fulsome, whether that be declaring a conflict of interest or raising a reasonable suspicion.
Okay, so I'll just change it to read, Councillor Gates raised a suspicion on the basis of Councillor Tozer being the complainant in the matter. Being the complainant in the matter. And the difficult association. Just take, yeah. Maybe after time we say, for example, Councillor Tozer's public support of two prior mayoral candidates. Time, comma, as an example. Oh, for example's fine. For example, comma, and take out the end. Support of two prior mayoral candidates. Okay. So what happens next?
Madam Chair, so then the basis of you raising the suspicion is that Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest.
Correct.
So we move then to the next step, which is simply a vote on whether or not he can stay in the room and participate in the matter, and that can be done subject to conditions, or whether or not you'd prefer that he leave the room and not participate in the matter.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Chair. Through you to the City Solicitor, if I may. I probably form the view that there is a declarable conflict of interest to manage here, if only because in a public forum we've had so much nuanced discussion that I think to provide certainty to the community, it's best to deal with it, right? But I don't necessarily rely completely on the background provided by Councillor Gates in her raising a reasonable suspicion. So, for example, on the issue of supporting a mayoral candidate, that's, for me, not germane. My question is, Madam Chair, through you to the City Solicitor, is that reasonable suspicion owned, or the rationale, the description, the basis, is that owned by the person raising the reasonable suspicion, and then is it open to us in the chamber to vote on the procedural issue without having regard or relying on the explanation or the basis of the suspicion provided by Councillor Gates? So, for example, I might not be entirely comfortable with what's in there, but I still feel as though there's a declarable conflict of interest to manage. So should I put my hand up in the air and support that there is a declarable conflict of interest? Or if I'm not entirely comfortable with the rationale, should I abstain or vote in the affirmative lest I endorse the basis of the reasonable suspicion? So, Madam Chair, question through you to the City Solicitor.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Vorster.
Sorry, I just...
It is, of course, one of the many areas where the model meeting procedures and legislation don't deal with what would happen in those circumstances. Certainly, I think the better approach is to take the declaration raising the suspicion as Councillor Gates doing that, so it's a matter for her to be comfortable. It may be that if there are additional things that you think should be included, Councillor Gates might be open to including those in her declaration. While the process doesn't at all envisage this happening, if you had a completely different concern, we could potentially record that in a separate document raising those suspicions. But I think the focus for Council today should just be on, Councillor Gates has raised a reasonable suspicion that Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest, and so deciding how to manage that conflict.
Councillor Vorster, I would be happy to delete the section relating to the support of the mayoral candidates and just simply say due to Councillor Tozer being the complainant in the matter, if that you're more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
So I
Yes.
am cognisant of that. I was frightened to use that given the conversation, but that is the basis for my question today or suspicion today. So please, could we remove being the complainant? Yep. No, I don't. Just a full stop after matter, please. And then I'm happy to leave. Yeah, just a full stop after matter. Thank you. Councillor Caldwell.
Just a procedural question. Is the next decision that we make one that only determines whether there is a declarable conflict, or a declarable conflict and a course of action in the one step?
It is a bit different in that it is in the one step. So in voting on this, you'll be voting on whether Councillor Tozer, you accept that he has a declarable conflict of interest and whether or not he should stay or go. So it's all done in the one step for this process.
So therefore, is it up to, sorry, Councillor McDonald, is it therefore a matter for Councillor Gates in her raising of the suspicion to then effectively also move that action, if you like that is actually the procedural motion. Is that what we need from her or from someone?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the Minute Secretary has the words up on the screen of what some recommended procedural motions, ignoring the prescribed conflict of interest ones. So it's a motion that Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, and then that whether or not he stays or goes.
Okay, so City Solicitor, I'm more than happy to move that Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, which is all I ever sought in the first place, but I would want to defer to the councillors for a decision about the next part of that question, because it's up to the council whether they would like Councillor Tozer to stay in the room or stay in the room and not vote. So I put it to you, councillors, what your position might be. Councillor MacDonald?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to bring to the attention of Council of a email that we received from the acting CEO on Friday, the 8th of October, which was a confidential memo to councillors in regards to the complainant identities. And I'm just wondering how that stands in relation to this.
Through you, Madam Chair, to give the councillors confidence, we have had external legal advice that the obligation to make a full declaration with details included overrides the normal confidentiality provisions.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In determining whether it's appropriate for Councillor Tozer to stay in the room or not, for me the question would be, well, is there something that he contributes to the debate that cannot be otherwise attained through the other councillors? And my concern is whatever that is gets coloured by the fact he is also the complainant. So I just wanted to make that as a comment at the moment.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I suppose the other question I've got is if Councillor Tozer wasn't able to stay in the room, but we did have questions for him, would he be able to return for questioning during the debate?
Yes, Councillor Taylor, the answer to that is exactly as it was for Councillor MacDonald, that if the decision was for him not to participate, we could invite him back to answer any questions that any councillor may have. So, councillors, I'm looking for some guidance from you, whether you would like Councillor Tozer. Councillor Owen Jones.
So could I just ask a question to the City Solicitor? If Councillor Tozer was to stay in the room but not be able to vote, that would also prevent him from being either the mover or the seconder of a motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Yep. But it would enable him to potentially participate in debate either for or against a motion, but not vote in it.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. Councillor Tozer, I understand how important this is and how important you feel your position is being in this chamber and being able to cast a vote. And I know that we've had a conversation offline about this, and Councillor Tozer, I can't bring myself to support you being in the room. I think that we can rely on the collective representation that exists in the room to make a decision. I know that that may sit uncomfortably with you and you may not be happy with me voicing that, but one of the challenges that we have as elected representatives is we are the only level of government in Australia that has to go through this particular type of process, and it is uncomfortable and not easy. And I'll speak to it shortly, but I can't support conditions because I don't think it gets us too far.
Okay. I shall then... sorry, Councillor...
Madam Chair, should I respond to that or...?
Well, you're welcome to. I will accept a response.
I have some convictions about remaining in the room when these matters are discussed. So those convictions I feel have been articulated very strongly today. But any councillor who voted with a motion to remove me from the room, that's your job. That's not my job, that's your job. And if that's the decision of council, then that's a matter. But I feel strongly that I should be here until that decision happens.
Okay. Well, on the basis of Councillor Owen-Jones' comments and Councillor Patterson's, I'm going to make the move that suggests that you have a declarable conflict of interest and that you should leave the room while we consider the matter further. And then, City Solicitor, if I take the vote and that's not supported, can someone else move a different outcome whereby Councillor Tozer may be able to stay in the room and participate in the debate but not vote on the matter, for example?
Yes, I think that would be okay.
Okay. All right.
I appreciate I'm not able to vote. Can I call a division?
Certainly.
I don't know whether I was allowed to or not.
Okay, so the motion...
Question.
Thank you. It's seconded by Councillor Caldwell, and now...
just a question. With that resolution, does that then allow Councillor Tozer to come back into the room to answer questions?
No.
No. Okay, I can't support it, sorry.
That would be possible had Councillor Tozer made a voluntary decision to leave the room. We could have invited him back at our discretion to ask questions, but he's chosen not to take that course of action. So I'll put that to the vote, that Councillor Tozer has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter and that he must leave and stay away while the matter's discussed and not participate in the decision. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Caldwell. All those in favour? And a division, please.
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartley-Lumsden, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
And please note that Councillor Tozer did not vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, feels like we've already done the hard yards, doesn't it? Okay, councillors, so the matter we have before us now to consider relates to comments made by the Mayor following a finding by the Councillor Conduct Tribunal. So it doesn't relate to the matter at the Conduct Tribunal, which was decided. It relates entirely to the comments that the Mayor made subsequent to the Tribunal's decision. I'm going to open for questions in the first instance. Does anyone have any questions about the matter? City Solicitor, can I also just confirm that we don't need to restate our declarations in relation to not making any declarations, because are they covered in the former item that we considered for Councillor McDonald in relation to our relationships with the Mayor?
Madam Chair, there's no need to restate
No
those.
need. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've told you that Mr Holt's in the gallery and that any legal questions we can invite him in for. Councillor McDonald, a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. With what's happening now, I'll just make a statement, because this is why I made my submission when these changes were made, that we should not be judge and jury of other councillors, and we see now today how difficult it is. The question that I have, and it was the Mayor's statement to Council, and it was his submission about the change of council policy of the 12th of June. Now, that was done after this matter was dealt with council. Is that correct?
Sorry, Acting CEO.
I believe so, Mr Mayor. Madam Acting.
That's all right, Mister's fine. I won't be able to go on that
my
Olympic committee though.
After this issue.
Yeah. So So the issue is that with Councillor Tozer, he complied with the council policy at the time when the decision was made. And the Mayor's statement here of the 12th of June was actually after that incident.
It was as a result of that incident.
Yes, yeah, but the thing is that when he got advice from the CEO and when he made his decision to go for a higher education, that was under the council policy at the time. And this decision by council was made after that time, so he complied with the policy at the time.
Can I just ask the acting CEO, was it identified within the policy or was it silent in the policy?
My recollection was it was silent.
Thank you. Councillor Caldwell.
Well, I just want to check, Deputy Mayor. My understanding was that we were just dealing with comments that followed the decision.
Correct.
And we had already probably made a decision about the original issue that relates specifically to the policy and the application of the policy as Councillor McDonald's outlined. So I just want to, my comprehension of this matter is relating only to the 4 sentences, shall we say.
Which got reduced to 2.
Which are, well, in the recommendation there's still 4. The tribunal's recommendations is 2 didn't make the threshold and 2 did. But Councillor McDonald, that we're not dealing with that original matter, just those 4.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Can I just answer that, if you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair? The reason why I raised that is because on Monday the 11th, this was the Mayor's statement to Council that he made to us.
I think he just distributed it on that date. It was his statement in relation to the matter. Mr Holt would be able to make that clear if anyone is interested. Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I'm interested in asking Mr Holt a question.
Mr Holt, would you like to join us in the chamber?
I'm not too sure how excited he is in doing that, but...
Since we're paying him, he might come out.
And Mr Holt has a copy of the supplementary agenda, does he? So if I refer to a page, you will...
Thank you. Please. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you. Mr Holt, on page 51 of the supplementary agenda...
Could we just shut the door, please? Sorry, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Maybe a couple of our colleagues were talking to each other, which isn't a bad thing.
Go ahead.
On page 51 of the supplementary agenda, there's recommendations to the local government and the date of the recommendations are the 19th of August 2020. And on A is that the Mayor does not participate in the Council's or the Committee's consideration of this matter. So in the last week or so, we've had a statement which I think has now been read into the minutes. Is that in contravention to the recommendation to the local government?
I'll just think about that for a moment. Can you direct me again to the page?
So on page 51, we've got recommendations to the local government, which is us.
Yes, I see that.
So it's dated August 2020, and one of the I suppose I'm interested in, do we follow recommendations provided by the tribunal in the context of it says the Mayor does not participate in the Council's or the Committee's consideration of this matter, and the Mayor is clearly left the meeting, but prior to doing that he's asked for something to be read into the record. And my question of you as his representative, is that in contravention of that recommendation?
My opinion is it's not in contravention. I read that the recommendation that the Mayor does not participate. The Mayor's thoughts about the matter were that after he read the recommendations that he knew that he could not participate in the meeting, but that he would like all councillors to be informed of his view of the recommendation, and that was the reason that the document was prepared. And it was my understanding that it might have appeared in the agenda for this meeting with the papers, but it didn't, and that's why the document was circulated, I think, yesterday.
So I have no more questions for Mr Holt, but I do want to revisit page 51 at some stage.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question for Mr Holt while he's here? No? Thank you very much. Councillor McDonald, do you have another question?
Just a clarification. In this email of Monday the 11th, I just wanted to read out, and it's in regards to the Mayor's statement to Council. In this email, it's in accordance with the investigation inappropriate conduct of Councillors' policy, the Mayor has prepared a statement, a copy of which is attached for your consideration. I note that the Mayor's statement will form part of the minutes of the meeting.
And the question?
That's, Madam Chair, that's what I was referring to previously.
Thank you. I think we've got that, and we've all got a copy of that statement. And I think Councillor Owen-Jones' question was just to see whether it's appropriate that we consider that additional information that's been provided by the Mayor. So, are there any other questions? None? Oh, Councillor Caldwell? Do any of the councillors wish to move a recommendation?
Excuse me, sorry.
Please stand.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I had missed that, and I hadn't read that note. If it's something that I should read to consider, then I'd just like to have a couple of minutes to read it.
Can we have a 5-minute break, Mr Acting CEO?
My apologies. Thank you.
A 5-minute break. We'll resume at 3:10. Once the City Solicitor gets back into her seat. Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Patterson, who has now absorbed the information distributed. Did you have any further comment, Councillor Patterson? I will just make a comment in relation to that information that was distributed and the response we received from Mr Holt. The City Solicitor advises me that the Mayor is entitled to natural justice and that it is relevant for us to consider his statement. There's no problem with that being distributed for our consideration. The fact is that the recommendations from the Tribunal are simply recommendations, and there's no requirement for the Council in relation to the whole series of recommendations to actually endorse those recommendations. It's a decision for you, councillors, today what the next step is. And Councillor Caldwell, I'll go to you.
Well, thanks, Deputy Mayor, and I think it was good that we took that break to make sure that all councillors had an opportunity to absorb all of the material, because this is clearly a fairly complex and important matter, as all of these disciplinary matters are. I've sent through to the Minute Secretary a form of wording for an alternative outcome to that which was published in the report, and if Robin will bring that up on the screen, I'm happy to float that and see if there is any support for a seconder before I speak to it, I suppose.
Okay, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm reasonably persuaded to second the motion, but I did want to ask a couple of questions of the City Solicitor to be perfectly sure.
Okay, sure. So we'll just delay. If we could get the motion on the screen for councillors to absorb, please. And in the interim, Councillor Vorster, please proceed with your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to confirm a few things. So on page 44, under the conclusion section, it reads as follows. Mayor Tate made 4 public comments to the media in response to the Local Government Remuneration and Discipline Tribunal finding on the 31st of October 2018. The public comments included 1, 2, 3, 4. Were all 4 of those statements made at the same time during the same media engagement? Could I get an answer to that, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't actually know the answer to that question. The acting CEO or many?
There's a first.
I think it was yes, but I better check that because
Okay.
I'll let.
Perhaps Councillor Vorster ask your next question while we get the answer to that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so all I can really do is rely on the report and make some reasonable inferences. So that first paragraph under the conclusion heading says, well, lists a specific date, and I recognise that that date is the tribunal's decision and not the date of the press conference necessarily. But I'm led to believe that it was one engagement. The third comment, where the Mayor's alleged to have said, but I must accept the umpire's decision that my public comments on the subject were too aggressive. Could I just get clarity about whether the CCT ultimately took umbrage with that comment, or was that one of the comments where they were satisfied that there was no issue?
In my reading, that was one of the...
3 and 4.
Yeah, was one of the comments that umbrage was taken with.
Yep.
Which seems at odds with the fact that the Mayor was agreeing with the decision.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if we have an answer on that first question. We may, and I think the CEO...
I can't confirm that categorically, that it was all in one. Probably.
Okay. Would Mr Holt know whether all of those comments... Would you like to come back in, Mr Holt?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I've actually just flicked over through the other pages in the report, and it says that the comments were all made on the 11th of December 2018.
No need. We have an answer from our... I knew she'd know the answer. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So for me, those were the 2 most important questions to ask, and now having been provided that information, I'm happy to second that motion. And given that it potentially deals with a decision that is contrary to the recommendation of the CCT, I then think a little bit of debate may be necessary in order to flesh out our reasons why.
Certainly. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Caldwell, to speak to your motion.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I have given this matter some serious consideration since the report was sent through to us, and together with the submission that was made by Mr Mayor in relation to the matter. There are a number of inputs to the decision that's being made today, and the draft recommendation that was provided, in my way of thinking, is one of those inputs. It's not the sole input to the decision making, and I think we then have the responsibility of casting our thoughts over the entirety of the information that's been presented to us. Having done that in a very considered fashion, I have found it difficult to reconcile the decision that had been arrived at in the draft recommendation, whereby in the one single course of action, 2 sentences were found to reach the threshold, but the other 2 sentences did not reach the threshold. And I have struggled to find the points, and this relates somewhat to what Councillor Vorster was saying. I've struggled to find the actual component of the sentences that reached the threshold as against those that didn't, that put them into separate categories. Having read then further through the recommendation, it ultimately came to the conclusion that no action be taken. On that basis, my assessment is that this is very much at the lower end of any suggestion of wrongdoing, and on that basis, I think it's better that we take a more cautious approach because, as we all know, being an elected representative is not an easy job, and at varying points in time comes with a very emotionally taxing element, very draining, and sometimes it is difficult to be in the public eye and making comments that are perfectly sound at all times. And I think that on a reading of these particular comments from the Mayor, you can see to some extent some colourfulness in the language that's used, perhaps some distress that he's had a finding against him. He's ultimately agreed with the conclusion of the finding against him. But outside of that, I don't feel like the conduct reaches the threshold whereby I think a finding of inappropriate conduct is warranted. So on that basis, I have put forward this alternative set of words, and I will see what my colleagues think about that as a thought process.
Thanks, Councillor Caldwell. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Would any... Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I'm not going to speak against it. I'm just going to make some comments, if that's okay, Councillor Gates. Firstly, I think ultimately the tribunal looked at 4 comments that were made, 2 of them that they dismissed, and then they effectively returned it to the council to give some consideration. And I think it's beholden on us to read through the report and make up our own decisions in that regards. In terms of the third statement, I think I can't see how that can be considered to be inappropriate behaviour. I think that it is, as Councillor Caldwell said, the use of colourful language, which the Mayor is a man who often says that English is not his first language, and when he is colourful with his language, he can be colourful, but I can't see the offence of the third statement. The fourth one is, in my view, the Mayor's opinion, but I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate conduct. And I think that one of the things that we have to be mindful of is the consequences to an elected representative of a series of inappropriate conduct, charges being upheld, and effectively we're in this room because we represent people. We were elected to be elected representatives. We weren't elected to be a judge or a jury, even though that's what the legislation requires us to be. Earlier, when we had to make a decision in regards to Councillor Tozer remaining in the room, I said that we were the only level of government that had to do this. I didn't have the opportunity to say that, and I've written it down here, is that I both hate it and loathe it, because I don't think that it's something that any of us having any joy in doing. So, but I'm actually really mindful of what the outcome may be for an elected representative where they receive 3 inappropriate conduct issues, and then that becomes misconduct and becomes a whole different set of criteria. I think we have a job interview once every 4 years where the community makes a decision in regards to who the representative should be, and I don't think that it actually should be something that is a series of, I'm going to say, small misconduct, small inappropriate behaviour decisions made by this council that then suddenly turn into a misconduct. So if I could have left the room today, I would have, but unfortunately my responsibility is also to be in the room. So I speak in favour of it, but I don't like what we're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Owen-Jones. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I might exercise an opportunity to speak in favour of the motion, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Owen-Jones made some very valid points from a council's point of view, because we are community representatives and our currency is effectively our reputation in our communities, and regrettably it is often difficult to share with our communities a big corpus of information about a matter in a way that they can readily accept. In other words, sometimes we're required to make these huge decisions that require a lot of background work, a lot of conversations, a lot of investigation, but ultimately somebody wants a yes or no answer, or they want to hear in one sentence what the outcome was. And in a lot of ways, I think as elected representatives, we get caught in difficulty when translating big decisions down to palatable and digestible sound bites, as it were, if you're working through the media. In the end, I was uncomfortable with the approach taken by the CCT to separate these 4 comments and look at only 2 in isolation. Because what I think that does is they actually rob each comment of context, which when you take collectively, to my reading as hopefully a reasonable person, was the Mayor simply saying, yep, there was an issue, it was escalated to the CCT, there was an adverse finding, but in the end, I'm happy with the practical outcome in that it resulted in some reform at council. Okay, so, and I mean, I can't talk for the Mayor. I think that was a former job. But the point is, to my mind, what occurred in that moment was the Mayor attempting to translate a very complex complaint and complaint handling process into something that could be understood by the community from his perspective. And I think as an elected representative, that's a fair enough thing for him to do. So I suppose, like Councillor Caldwell, because these comments were considered separately and because there is not, to my way of thinking, enough distinction between the 2 groups, and because I feel that robs the Mayor of his ability to provide a full translation, I can't really find my way to supporting a finding of inappropriate conduct. And I would hate to get this wrong, and perhaps the City Solicitor or the Acting Chief Executive Officer could correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that the CCT's their ruling is a matter of public record. And that if an interested member of the public wanted to find out what the CCT's view was on this complaint and their thinking in arriving their deliberations, that truth is available publicly. Madam Chair, maybe I'll put that as a question, just so I'm not myself guilty of inappropriate conduct. But is that true, Madam Chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, the CCT don't publish all of their decisions in their entirety. So what they often will do is publish a shortened version of it, which is suitable for publication. So that version is attached to this report and that's public.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I suppose what I'm trying to illustrate is that the Mayor may have poorly translated what had occurred in his attempt to create a digestible message for the community who may have an interest. But in any case, there is a public single point of truth on what actually happened. So it's not as though the Mayor uttered these comments in a vacuum and that was the only information that the community could rely on when trying to understand what the CCT's deliberations were. And because that primary evidence is available, I don't feel as though the Mayor has engaged in inappropriate conduct because those who have an interest in getting to the truth have access to that primary evidence. So I am moved to support Councillor Caldwell's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Worcester. Anything further from councillors? I'll go back to Councillor Caldwell in a moment to close, but I would like to make the comment that in Councillor Owen-Jones speaking to 3 inappropriate conduct charges leading to a misconduct, that is within a 12-month time frame, should that occur, and it is then at the tribunal's discretion to make a recommendation to the council to the Minister for dismissal. So in considering these matters, it's really important that we recognise what can ultimately occur and the significance of the decisions that we're making. And I think it's important to note the Mayor has a pretty quirky personality, and I don't know how many media releases, many tens of thousands, I should think, 12,000 a year, and he always makes himself available for questions, and you don't know what's coming, and sometimes it's pretty hard to succinctly respond to questions when you have a microphone in front of you. So I think as a whole, the Mayor's reputation relies on, in part, the decision that we make today, and I think that it's incumbent of us all to recognise his efforts for the city over the last, now, 9.5 years. The way that our city is no longer a boom or bust city as it used to be known, that we have really become a diversified city, and you'd have to say that much of it is due to his leadership, and I know that has nothing to do with the matter before us today, but it has everything to do with the matter before us today, because I don't believe for a minute that he intended to make an inappropriate comment in regard to agreeing, basically, with the decision of the tribunal on this matter. I'll now go to you, Councillor Caldwell, to close.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And look, I think it's been a useful discussion. I trust that the discussion is sufficient in terms of whatever justification or support is needed to support this course of action. You know, look, just reflecting on what Councillor Owen-Jones mentioned, it is extremely difficult for us to be the ones that have to make these decisions. But I feel like, having regard to all of the material that's been placed before us, this is the appropriate course of action on this particular matter. I didn't give any regard to the 3-strike rule that you've set out in how that can occur. So I wouldn't know where Mr Mayor is up to on the scorecard. I have looked at this matter in its entirety, but as a single piece of conduct, and that's why I've arrived at this particular recommendation.
Thank you, councillors. I'll take the vote. All in favour, and we'll call a division. Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor.
Councillor Gates, Councillor Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor
Acting CEO.
Anderson,
That's me.
Councillor Lumsden,
No, not somebody.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
I'm a bit flustered. That wasn't easy. Thank you. Okay, we're done. Now, the Mayor indicated that he wasn't going to come back. Do we have anything further on the agenda, Mr Acting CEO? Not that we're aware of.
Well done, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Gold well.
Thank you very much. So, I what? I bowled well?
I said you wear gold well.
Oh, thank you. Okay, on that basis, do I call Councillor Tozer back to close the meeting? If Councillor Tozer is still there, I'd like to invite him back while we do what the Mayor does, which is I declare the meeting closed. At 15:33.